Hey, hello everyone. welcome. Let's see who is here. Voyager, moin, wie geht's dir? Mahlzeit. Goatfriend, hello to you as well. Fly Lilo, hello. Pod, hi. Ozzy, hello. HX, Enrique. I think Enrique is how you spell it. Killian, hello. Kette Mitchell, nice to see you too. Finny, hello. And Mark, hi, goede. Hi, good. And good luck. Yeah, I need it. Hey, Mick and Mate, hello. Right, welcome. So finally, and moin Freda. Nice to see you all. So yeah, we are finally in the FSLabs Concorde. Oh, and B coming in.
Welcome aboard the Captain
I don't hear the
Twitch
sounds.
channel
Oh
subscriber
no.
experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin,
It's
where
always the same
complimentary
thing
drinks,
sometimes with
snacks,
some
and premium
updates.
flight entertainment will be served.
Windows.
Thank you.
Why do you do this to me?
Gotta go fast.
So let's see. Just want to see if I can get that settings audio. That should be aux link 2. I don't know why it's not working. That's a shame. Hang on. Let me see if I can get that fixed.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers
although, hang on,
please
guys.
make
Can
your
you
way to
hear
the
the
first
alerts?
class cabin, where
Can you
complimentary
hear them?
drinks, snacks,
Because I
and
can't.
premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Oh, you can. Okay, my dear
13
moderators,
months.
can you do me a favor,
What better
please?
way
Can
to
you,
celebrate than a
can
Mach
you
2
let me know
flight,
if I'm
D?
missing a sub, please? Because I'm not hearing the alerts again for some reason. Yeah, strange. But sometimes that's Windows. Okay, so first of all, Agent
Welcome
B7. So
aboard
B,
the
thank you so
Captain
much for
Black Box Twitch
28
channel subscriber
months. Gotta go
experience.
fast. Yeah,
Could
thank
new
you so
subscribers
much.
please make your way
And
to
this
the
thing will
first
go
class
fast,
cabin,
I promise.
where complimentary drinks,
Next up, we
snacks,
had
and
Killian
premium
coming in with
flight
9 months in a
entertainment will be
row, 13
served.
months actually total. Thank you much, Killian. I hope you're doing well. Exactly.
32
What way
months.
better than to
Really?
celebrate with a
And
Mach
with
2
some
flight?
pauses in
Yeah,
the middle.
Mach 2
Must be
incoming.
something like 4 years.
And then we have Mate coming in. Mate, buonasera. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Mate, 32 months and with some pauses in the middle, must be something like 4 years. Yeah, I'm sure. So with the back and forth to YouTube and back again. Yeah, Mate, it's been a long time for sure. So thank you so much. Nice to see you, and I hope you're doing well. Hope
Could
your
new
family as well.
subscribers please make
And
their
Finny,
way
thank
to
you
the
very much
first class
for
cabin,
a
where
gifted
complimentary
sub
drinks,
to
snacks, and premium
Ozzy.
flight
Thank you so much for that.
infotainment will be served. Thank you.
Right, at least I can hear the applause. That's good. At least that is working. Right, so a quick, hey Bruno, you in the waiting hall right now. Have you found your gate? So this is actually an update. So the updated version from the release version. So I was supposed to stream it last week. I think Thursday. I said I was going to stream it, and as I got contacted, and then he's British Airways spotting, as if. And they asked me if I could maybe delay the stream until they bring out a hot fix for some things regarding performance, memory usage, and also thrust lever handling and some other fixes. And so I have updated, and indeed, I have to say, performance is much better. So I'm getting, oops, that's my controller there. I'm getting beautiful, I don't know, something in the region of about 60 FPS now. So. And we are in London Heathrow, as you can see. It's Aerosoft Heathrow as well. Yeah, and today also, guys, during the cruise flight, since the flight will take about 3 hours something, 3 hours 10, 3 hours 15, we'll go through some pictures that I've taken from my visit, well, 2 visits now, in the Concorde and it's actually the BOAC version. That's so Concorde. Is it Concorde 1? I don't know, but so the one we have in the simulator, that's the one that's actually in in Manchester. So we'll have a look at this. Some pictures there, especially with the flight deck. TVE, good evening. And yeah, I'll tell you all about that visit. Fantastic memories made there. So brilliant time. Proper aircraft, a firm. Cool. And I'm sure we can chime in all together. Some people here are very knowledgeable, even more knowledgeable than I am on the Concorde. They can fill me on some details. Yeah, so Captain Mitchell, correct. Yes, in Sinsheim, there's also a Concorde, and there's another one in the UK, but that's a experimental version, yeah. So the one in Manchester, apparently, that's the one where the royal family has traveled on mostly. So will be interesting. Cool. So how is this flight going to be done today? We are doing the tutorial flight. What does that mean? When you buy the FSLabs Concorde, you get lots of files with it. You get checklist files, you get flight plan file, you get a tutorial flight as well. So there's a PDF document that explains everything with regards to setting up weather, setting up your parking spot, etc., etc., and then giving you some ideas on what to do with regards to especially the integrated virtual flight engineer or first officer as well. Yeah, Jay, so the cockpit access, sometimes, I mean, in Manchester you have to buy a ticket for that, because normally that would not be included, but definitely worth buying for sure. Good, so yeah, like I said, we're going to go ahead and use this tutorial flight to get us up to speed. And the good thing with the virtual flight engineer and the virtual first officer is that while you still have to do some kind of studying of the manuals, it's not as complicated as having to do all of the checklists yourselves. Because you can imagine that the flight engineers panel is a bit much to it's overwhelming, right? So I think it's a good thing that we have this virtual flight engineer available to us. Thank you so much for the hype train coming in. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much. Here's some emotes for that. Thank you. Yeah, one thing I think a lot of people will struggle with especially is the speed. This thing is so fast. And the speed regime that you're trying to get into requires some interesting procedures that you have to stick to. So we'll talk about that in a second. So different stages for takeoff, climb out, initial level off until you reach the Bristol channel, and then you can go over water. You can go supersonic. So it's a supersonic climb to round about 55-ish thousand feet, depending on temperature, outside conditions, and then the whole climb out is actually fairly slow in the end, but you're going Mach 2. So it's fascinating to go through these different steps and progress to the Mach 2 flight. And this simulation, so this add-on simulates that very nicely, very accurately. So I think that's again the fascination that surrounds the add-ons from FSLabs. We know, from the Airbus family how detailed these add-ons are, and even with my very basic knowledge about the Concorde, I can already say it's a very fascinating aircraft, and they've done another very, very good job. So if you're into this kind of aircraft, if you're into the fascination around the Concorde, then I guess it's definitely worth getting for you guys. Why not use a real simulator? Like, oh God, Bob. I had to read that comment twice coming from you, Bob. Come on. How are you doing, Bob? Nice to see you. Yeah, so also fingers crossed that we are going to go get away with a flight without crash the desktop. Knock on wood. I hope I haven't jinxed it now. But we have autosave available. So FSU.PC in the background is using autosave. And with some luck, yeah, we will have... let's see if I can get the overlay working. We have good autosave available if needed. There we go. I hope the overlay doesn't crash on me, because for some reason I've got some issues with Sim Toolkit Pro. It doesn't like the routing, it seems.
Twitch channel,
Hey, Dapechi also coming in for 59 months. Dapechi, thank you so much. That's a long time. 59, 9.56. Thanks, boss. Thank you so much for your support, Dapechi. I hope you're doing well. Right. Yeah, somebody asked how's my type rating going with 787. So I've got... today, so the last 2 days I studied very hard, and I got the first CBT block finished. There is 9 blocks in total. However, the first 7 are the big ones. The first block is well centered around literally the whole display stuff. So it's well, we initially had lighting as well, obviously. So I can tell you the list of topics there. So it was initial introduction, flight deck design, airplane familiarization, lighting, then the flight deck display and controls, airplane control, so PFD airplane control, PFD flight management non-normal, the crew alerting system and the ICAS. Then the display management non-normal, standby flight instruments and clocks, and then the biggest chunk there was the electronic checklists, part 1, part 2. And since I do take notes, obviously, it takes me a bit longer than what the CBT time given to you. So they would say for the first block you would need about 6 to 7 hours. I would say I've almost used double the time. That's just me. I love the initial comment from the first CBT was like, while it's fine if you want to take notes, but the CBTs are set in such are in such a way that you don't need to take notes. And I was like, yeah, right, yeah, right, exactly. Like, not take notes. Well, not much is going to stick that way with my brain. So that's why it took me almost double the time to get through the first block. But that's fine. I mean, I'm used to that. So I will take double the time for all of the CBTs to be completed. Take a picture of the screen now. Right. Hey, Avenger, nice to see you too. How are you doing? Hope you have a great weekend up to now. Well, boarding, Avenger, boarding will be, I think, I don't know. Well, we'll go through the setup here. So we might have actually boarding available. So, and like I said, we're going to do the preparations exactly as it says here. And so that we get everything correctly set. So we've started up the cockpit, and we're in cold and dark state. Well, Mate, the thing is, so one thing I can definitely say, hey, EAD bound, what I can definitely say is that the 787, so from the first CBT, is actually very well organized in the sense, the cockpit layout, the checklist integrations, the display integrations. It's a bit overwhelming on one hand, but it's all very neatly, and very well thought through. at least at the moment, that's what I have, as a first impression from that aircraft. So cool. So you can click away the yoke just so they get better access to the instruments there. Right, so we're going to have the following. So the captain preparation checks and this section are designed to set up the FSLabs Concorde for a typical flight from London Heathrow to New York JFK Airport. And while these checks follow the format used by the Concorde crews back in 2003, they have been altered to include the new simulator technology. Also note that you have all virtual flight engineer functions enabled, as this time tutorial assumes you're operating as captain only. I think at the moment. Hey, Toto. Well, Toto is still Boeing, right? I mean, I'm trying to, remind myself, it's still Boeing in the end. So there will be some surprises, I guess. Right, so I don't think I can actually switch off the flight engineer at the moment, if I'm not completely wrong. But there we go. So what I'm going to do is ground call push button, left click. So left
that's
click.
The walk around complete.
Oh, so
I'll just run through the safety checklist, and then we'll get some power connected. Give me a few moments.
Okay, I'll stop my flows here and let you know when I'm ready.
Okay, shut up. I want to say something. Right, completely ignoring me there. Yeah, so GSX is integrated, and yeah, it's going to be. Why is that jetway moving away? I'd like to have the jetway at the aircraft. Anyways, doing this bit by bit. So left-clicking the ground crew call button on the overhead panel summons ground power to the aircraft and allows the flight engineer to apply the power and begin his checklist items. So there we go. On the right-hand side, somewhere, there we are, ground power is available. And so in a few moments, the flight engineer should start the flows. Well, Bob, I have to use the flight engineer, absolutely. We won't get off the ground if I don't use the flight engineer here. Silence! Captain Chaos, how you doing? Yeah, so Toto, like I said, I flew the 737 for a long time, the 747 for a long time. So I'm kind of eager to find out how the Boeing, new aircraft, like a 787, has, progressed. There we go. So the flight engineer is doing his thing now. Ooh. It's alive. Lovely sounds. So fascinated already by the items from the flight engineer. I'm going to dial down the sim sounds just a tad, because otherwise I have to shout. So let me know if the sounds are too quiet. Cool. So captain's documentation, stowage checked. So check that you have all the required plates available. Well, I mean, we've got the airport chart here. Taxi out is going to be pretty straightforward because we are going to use this 27 left for departure. And the departure will be the Compton 3 Golf. 27 left. So it's a conventional departure for us today. Obviously, I'm going to try to follow that as good as possible, as well as possible. Later for the arrival...
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. Testing the emergency evacuation system now.
Nice. Alrighty, where was I? Oh yes, departure. So that's the arrival then into JFK. We are flying checking the arrival route. Has anybody done the tutorial flight? Know off the top of the head what the arrival is? Is it 3-1 left or 3-1 right? Yeah, Bob, so I'm sure it's the 3-1s, but I'm just not sure if it's a 3-1 left or 3-1 right that we're supposed to land on. So 3-1 left, well, it's a longer one, isn't it? I'm going to take the 3-1 left here, and the star, we don't really have a star because the Concorde will be held more over the water, so that way it will be longer over water and would make less noise, so they could stay supersonic for longer. Because the Concorde flying at 250 knots is just not very efficient. So aerodynamically, it's not designed to fly 250 knots. It doesn't have flaps, so it has to have a huge angle of attack or huge pitch angle. And so that's why. Can we land on number 3 for the iconic landing? Not today, Sammy. I'd rather just have a normal flight and, you know, build on that for the next one. Yeah, lots of drag because of that high pitch angle, high angle of attack when it's slow. Right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open our Palm top computer. Now we can open it here in the sim. There's also the option to open it on an iPad, so a tablet, or on a different browser window if you want. Yeah, Bob. I think it's not. They're not going to fly arrival routings. I think it's just radar vectored at the end. Good, so what we're going to do now is we're going to select load route. So the FSLabs comes with many different routings already available. And with that you have some very nice charts available as well. So definitely would recommend going with those initially. So we're going to take the scheduled route, not chartered, scheduled, and we're taking London Heathrow JFK, so pressing 0 again. We're selecting the arrival, oh, it's via Lint. So SM2 Alpha for the supersonic tracks, and then we're going to use via Lint, so we'll use 0. And then it says we're supposed to go and select a set payload. And so the 0 fuel weight is going to be 87,000 kilograms. Taxi fuel is about 1,400 kilograms. That's a joke, right? I mean, seriously, 1,400 kilograms. That's what Neo takes, 40 minutes flight time. So then it calculates the routing, etc. Hewlett-Packard 200LX. Believe it or not, the first little computers that we used for flight planning back in flight school in 1990 looked somewhat similar. So we got the airframe, Golf Bravo Oscar Alpha Charlie, call sign Speedbird 1. Departing, well, we are going to depart 27 left. We'll change that in a minute. Arrival, it says 22 left? Seriously? No, hang on. It should be 3-1 right. So more page down. Departure for taxi fuel, extra fuel, 48 kilograms. What? Right. Tanks, 93,900, that's fine. So we've got printed data, 0. Actually, no, we're going to change data as well. Let me just change the data. So departure gate, arrival gate, extra fuel. Departure runway, I'm going to change that to 27 left. So I'm going to take number 2. And then arrival runway, I'm going to take 31 right. Somebody said 31 right. Yeah, the block fuel's higher than 0 fuel weight, right? It's crazy. I know, but... So we're going to take 31 right, so number 7. Recalculate. So now we're going to print the data. Let's see if that worked. There we go. So what we see here is... Where's my... Blind, these sounds. Wondering what the setup was for my chart. So I have a chart. That's left, right. That's the aft. Just need to have a look for something. I have a feeling that for some reason it just reactivates some buttons sometimes from time to time, because I'm sure I have. You see these things. Why does it always... insert them again? I'm pretty sure that I had those deleted. That's annoying. And that's why normally you would have everything set through FSCI PC. The problem that I had was some issues with the thrust levers. So let me just try to get rid of all the buttons again. That's really annoying. Maybe I need to export and import that again at some point, right? So hopefully I've got all of the... So let me try that again. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to go with the charts button here. Button 6, fantastic. And then we've got one more. Charts portrait. Right, that's the one as well. Cool. So, so when you've done your planning and everything, you can actually scroll through these different pages. So it gives you kind of already a nice briefing package, including this, for example. So that's going to be the flight plan. So it's not a SimBrief flight plan. Today's a bit different. And we're going to go and then fly along these programmed waypoints. So our first officer right now, as you can see, he's already hammering in these these first 9 waypoints into the FMS, and later during the flight, he should be continuously programming the new waypoints as well. And so the thing is that, did I say FMS? INS. I meant INS, of course. Airbus-Fan, hey, wie geht's dir? So you can see here, all of these waypoints obviously have a reference to a normal position, so latitude, longitude position. And so we can only program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 waypoints initially into the INS. So the last one...
I think that's me all done. How are you getting on back there?
Stand by, I'll need a few more minutes before we're ready for start.
Oh, a few more minutes? Yeah, give me like half an hour. All right, so we've done all that. Good, the next thing we're going to do now is, since we have printed the data, we're going to go ahead and go and have a look at load and balance. So we're going to set the planned load here. So now we should see 92 point something tons of fuel, and we will have now our weight as planned. So the fuel load 92. Oh, hang on, something's wrong here. 923. Oh, there we go. That would have, I think we would have had a little bit of an issue there if we only taken on 9,000 kilograms of fuel. I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I don't think he would have reached New York with that. So that looks better now. Hey Pibas, moin, ja, wie geht's? Alright, then we're going to do performance calculation, and we're going to do takeoff calculations first. So 27 left, and QNH is 1013. 12 degrees Celsius, and the temperature gauge is down here. So now at the moment we have the total air temperature and the static temperature same. Deviation from ESA is -2. Trim is 2.5 units, CG currently 53. Now the CG is something the flight engineer has to look after during the whole flight. So you're going to hear during the flight engineer call out many times, or the first officer call out the actual trim setting, and then the flight engineer call out whether or not it's static or if it's moving. So the flight engineer in the back is actually very busy with trying to do all the fuel management. So yeah, all these button switches, my god, these dials. Oh yeah, for the fueling, guys, it's something interesting I'll show you already. Let me have a look here. Because so when we visited that Concorde in Manchester, the fueling panel this time was actually open. So that's what the refueling panel on the outside or in the fuselage looks like. Crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tanks. Absolutely nuts. Hey, Shilan. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Hope you're well. Good. So, press any key, it says, and that's pretty much the same as we have down here on that piece of paper. So we got actually, hang on. No, there we go. So V1 is 160. We have VR 196, V2 220. The initial pitch is 14, or is that engine out pitch 14 degrees? And V2 plus 40 is 260. So the trim angle at the moment, so elevon angle. So this is the thing. This aircraft doesn't have a stabilizer. Right, so it doesn't have a stabilizer, and it doesn't have flaps. What it has is elevons, so ailerons and elevators back here, joint function. And now they droop down because we have no hydraulics active currently. But these things then move, and when you set a trim setting, it just means that these elevons will be set at a certain... Hey, elevons! Nice name, Chi-Chi. So they would be set at a certain angle as a reference angle, if you like. And you can imagine that the further out of trim the aircraft is, the more deflection you have here as a standard setting, the more drag it will cause, obviously, as well. So that's why we have a trim tank at the rear of the aircraft. And if you look at the length of the aircraft, so the most tanks are in the middle, obviously, here, but there's a trim tank in the rear. And so what happens is that you have your lift vector and you have your center of gravity. And so what you can do is, as the aircraft accelerates, gets faster, and the... Oh, hang on. Sorry, I just got a phone call. Hold on. So, and we're back. Sorry for that. Yeah, so what is being done in order to keep the center of gravity in relation to the lift vector, and so to have a fairly neutral elevon position, not cause too much drag, is to change the center of gravity. So it can move fuel, pump fuel from the main tanks into the aft tank and vice versa. Also, later on during flight, what happens then as you get closer and closer to the speed of sound, we're going to have a shock wave starting to create, all right, above the wings, and that also changes the lift vector. And again, that has to be taken account for, and so either you deflect the elevons, or you trim the aircraft again, moving that center of gravity as the lift vector changes its position due to the sonic or the supersonic shock wave. And especially then with the Mach 2, as this funnel, so this shockwave funnel gets smaller, so tighter. Again, it has an influence on the aerodynamics, lift vector, drag, etc., etc. So the flight engineer's biggest duty during the flight is then to make sure that the CG is in a good position. And we have a nice indicator down here that shows the MAC in percent, or the center of gravity in percent, MAC. And also the limitations, forward and aft limitations, depending on the speed, altitude, etc., etc. So, or actually within relation to the Mach number. Good. So we've done the printout data, takeoff data is set. We've got 2.7 left. Then want to bug the speeds here, so we want to go back to here. Let's have a look at acceleration and to gross weight. Gross weight is 190546. Enter. East, the temperature is that supposed to be minus? Oh, that's something. Okay, disregard. That's for later for the acceleration later on. So 27 left, 31 right. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Takeoff data. Ah, there we go. That's the one I wanted. So I want to have bug instruments. So we're going to press number 2. And now these speeds here that we've calculated with are now bugged on the airspeed indicator. That's important. An important step not to miss. Good. So by the time we've done all the preparations, the flight engineer should have completed all his system checks and tests. So right-click the ground core push button. And so now that means, well, that will now start the boarding, etc., etc. But that's already finished, so that shouldn't take too long. Good. So regarding the INS, I'll just go back here. So one more thing, obviously, we would have to do is check the entered positions with the flight plan. So I'm going to take my flight plan, which I have available here. Oh, that's another nice feature here. So also, like I said, you have that briefing package you can print out yourself. So it's a original, if you like, original flight plan package. So the way you would have had that back in those days. Few calculations. Very nice. So here we are. So I'm going to look for the flight plan, which is this. I'm going to have this open on my side, and then we're going to go through the positions. Andreas, moin, wie geht's? So number 1 waypoint is Compton. So we're going to navigate there with raw data navigation anyways, but we can also then activate the INS mode later on and have the autopilot steered to this position, which is obviously Compton. So 5-1. Let's have a look here. There we go. Oh, that's the no, that's Woodley actually. So that's already the first one on the departure. Woodley Beacon, 51272, and then west 527. Correct. Then we've got Compton at 5129.5 and west 00127. Disregard. So 5129.5 and 113.1. That's correct. The next one is going to be Kennett. That's 51. Just having a look. So no, I was wondering, all these positions are slightly different to what I have on the flight plan. So that's Compton, that's correct. The next one would be Kennett. So I'm looking for that waypoint here. So that's Malby. Okay, so that's Malby. Then we've got Merlin. And don't be surprised, these waypoints are not available on the Navigraph these days. So just beware of that. So that's Leslu at 51 north, 008 west. The next one then is 50, so it's that Sierra Mike 15 west, so that's for the supersonic routing. So that's 15 west at 5041, that's correct. Then we've got the next one at 20 west is 50.5, that's fine. And then the last one on that initial setup is 30 west at 5030 north. So that's all correctly programmed, that's fine. So I'm going to go back to waypoint 1. So we're navigating from 0 to 1. And that's fine.
Check's complete here. Ready when you guys are.
Lol. So catering is finished, that's good. Here's the fueler. And I guess that's correct with the position of the fuel truck. Very nice. So one more thing we're going to do now is the Mary Lake controller. So this thing here, that's for the displays in the cabin. So those displays you see here. Oh yeah, and by the way, so when we visited the Concorde in Manchester, you were only able to sit in the front part. So they had, looked like an air conditioning unit here. So you couldn't get back into the after part of the cabin, but 100 seats in total. And again, these windows are very small. And I've put my hand as a reference. Now, I don't have the biggest hand in the world, but I think it gets the idea how small these windows are. Hey, long haul pilot, how you doing? And the reason I've heard is that they have to be so small in order for this high altitude flying, let's say, you know, almost 60,000 feet. If one of those windows blows out, the air rushing out from that window is at such a slow rate that the incoming air conditioning air is still able to keep the cabin depressurized at a survivable rate, i.e. you will start your emergency descent, but obviously then in a Concorde it would probably take a lot longer than 10 minutes to descend from 60,000 down to 10,000 feet. So that's why these windows had to be so small. You just installed the FSLabs Concorde today. Nice. So I do suggest, long haul pilot, if you don't have any previous experience, why are there windows in this plane? Well, I think the passengers would have been pretty upset if there weren't windows in here. Anybody know what that beeping sound is from time to time? That bing. Is that fuel? Low battery warning. I hope not. Yeah, so the Mary Lake controller, we want to have that active because obviously we want the passengers to have that information. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have the set button there and distance to go. There we go. So 2,220 2,270 miles. Current temperature, current Mach, current altitude, etc., etc. So that then will be shown in the aft cabin and the forward cabin as well, obviously. But that'll be then later shown here on these displays during flight. Control Shift Z. Was that a master caution? Ah, okay. Maybe that was. Yeah, you're right. Where he was. Where are we gonna get rid of the decision height? Right, that should be 50 feet for takeoff. Good, so for departure, while the boarding is still ongoing, we're going to set our departure chart here, and so we'll set the radios, nav aids for that. So we're going to climb straight ahead, intercept the London 256 degree outbound. So what I want to have is on my set, so 136. And then the course 256 initially. And so since we are on radio at the moment, this is going to set everything to 256. Okay. So 256, 1.8 miles from there. The second radio that we're going to set is Compton. We're also going to set the Woodley beacon, obviously, but for the navigation itself, I'm going to put Compton here, and that's going to be inbound 281. So 6,000 obviously here, initial climb, and then we want to have 114.35, and the course is going to be 281. At 29 miles currently. The beacon Woodley 352 is already set, and we can see the beacon indications right there. That's the ADF indications. Those are the VOR indications. Number 1, number 2, ADF 1, ADF 2. I would say 2 is not receiving right now. Hello, boy. Well, it depends, Captain Chaos. I don't know. Let me have a look at the flight plan real quickly. That's the road sheet. Tanks 93.9, that's fine. Oh, you're right. Yeah, distance to go is 3,126. $3,126. So that's about close enough, right? What is it? Oh, that's it. It transformed that automatically from nautical miles to statute miles. So it's yeah, it's converted exactly. All right, so that's now set. Cool. RAT INS switches to RAT. That's correct. We've set the VHF panel, autopilot panel. Initial heading will be 268. Runway track. Auto throttles are off. So do that, and then it says that's Shift R. Okay, both of them go off again. That's fine. Thrust levers then go back to idle. It says. That humming sound that comes from the thrust levers. That's interesting. Oh, Toto just read a comment there. Yeah, just don't have any windows installed. Install LCD displays. I mean, if passengers would be happy with that, why not? Yeah, P-Bask, see you later. So all of the instrument switches are set. ADI, test button. Looking good. And then radio altimeter test. Ah, that's how you reset the decision height. There we go. Well, I think it's on because we're below 50 feet. That's why that's illuminated. Yeah, it says set 50 feet for positive climb, call on departure. Standby, artificial horizon is checked. The marker test. Oh really? Do they? Some cruise ships doing that with interior cabins. They make a whole wall that you can see outside. Oh, that's nice. HSI tests. Looking good. Heading's fine. And then altimeters. We've got 2992 set. And then we want flight director. So FT1, FT2 switch to FT1. That's fine. Air data computer on normal. I'm not going to check, just put it on normal. And then flight converters. Flight converters are on. So what we can do is check the inverter. So the rest of the checks, the anti-stall system test, etc., has already been done. Flight selector, or flight control selection green. Transparency, the ice demist, all off. Landing lights, taxi lights, etc., all off at the moment. Master warning light test. Press and hold the cancel. Ground proximity warning. I think they've already done that.
Lifeboat. Lifeboat. All up. All up.
Or the entire sidewall is pretty much transparent. Well, that would be weird, wouldn't it, Toto? I mean, if that was like HD or like 8K displays, and they showed the outside as you go through clouds, etc. Good question, Sammy. Yeah. Good question on that as well. Right, so visor, landing gears checked, anti-skid check, that's all done. Total fuel indicator check. How's it going with the fueling? I think we're gonna restart. Just get rid of all that. And then we should be good to go. One thing I'm going to try and have a look at again is just make sure that we have all of the weights on board, load and balance. Yeah. So that looks good. That looks good. So we got fuel load. Yeah, 93,881, that's already good as well. So I'm happy with that. So, departure procedure. We're going to climb out. Runway heading to about 7 miles. Well, actually, we're going to intercept the 256 fairly late here on the southern runway. Then 256 to 70 London. Then we'll go in towards Woodley, NDB. And then make sure that we cross 11 between 3 and 6. But normally I think the Concorde would get a kind of a fast climb. I don't think they would be leveling off 6,000 here. So Woodley. And then we go to Compton, 281 Compton. And again, normally you would have Compton at 6,000. But again, we would imagine getting a fast climb out on that. So what I'm going to set the interphone. I'm going to set the interphone so I can hear everyone. I'm going to put the interphone to there. Windows are closed. With all of the bugs set, INS is set. Then this is very important. So we got 1 minute 16 for the afterburner. So that is set. So for takeoff, when we go 3, 2, 1 takeoff, we'll go start that and start the chrono once the afterburners have lit. Oh, sorry, charts and wait. Sorry for that. So again, so that chrono here is set for 1 minute 16. So for takeoff afterburners. And then on, I don't know why that keeps beeping. And so on takeoff, we'll go 3, 2, 1. Takeoff, we'll go put this to chrono on, and then we're going to start the chrono here for the countdown as well once the afterburners are lit. Good. So we're going to go ahead and do a quick edit of the pushback because this aircraft is long. I don't want to have the tail sticking into the. So actually, let me try and do it this way, shall we?
Before start checks, master CBs.
Set and checked, no flags in the middle.
Cockpit inspection and security.
Complete.
Lines complete. Oxygen.
On checked and 100%.
Check this side, 100%.
Check this side, 100%.
DV windows. Port is closed. Flight control inverters. They're on. Anti-stall systems. Yeah, they're both on. Rad INS switches. Set to radio. Instrument transfer switches. Yep, set my sight. Altimeters, 1013. Nav radios? Yeah, they've been set and identified now. Brakes? Set to park. Nav lights?
They are on.
Throttle masters.
They are set to main.
Ground height checkout.
Yellow, yellow and off.
Fuel heaters.
Auto.
Engine recirc valves.
Shut.
Secondary air doors.
Selected auto.
Checked. Batteries.
They are on.
The INSs. Right then. Present position from the book. North 51276. West 267. And now looking at the first four, waypoint 1. North 51272. West 527, waypoint 2. North 51295. West 01131, waypoint 3. North 51351. 1. West 01393, waypoint 4. North 51368. West 02032. That's all checked. Down to 0. Ready for nav.
Nav on 1. 2. 3. The ready nav lights are out.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
ASI bugs and pitch index. I've got 160, 196, 220, 259, 250, and a pitch index of 14 degrees. Fuel flow and P7 bugs. Do you agree with these figures? 208, 204, and back there, 404, 400.
Yep, they look good.
Okay, good, that cross-checks. Clock and TLA bugs? 76 seconds, which is 1 minute 16. Set both sides, cross-checked. Right, briefing is next. Okay, so we're departing off 27 left, standard left-hand seat departure via Compton. Straight ahead to intercept the London 256 radial, climbing 6,000 feet to cross Woodley at 4,000 feet or above. We'll take 2% on the power at London 7 DME. The safety height within 25 miles is 2,300 feet, and at top of climb is 3,300 feet, so we'll use that. We'll stop for the usual emergency items that we'd stop for, come to rest on the runway, make sure we monitor everybody and do the correct drills. We'll then agree a diagnosis and actions between us. If we're happy, we'll vacate the runway. If not, we'll call for assistance. If we have an emergency after V1 and it's to do with the engines, I'll ask for contingency power. We'll rotate in the normal way and then we'll agree a diagnosis between us and run the checklists. If we need an immediate return, we'll circle around. Otherwise, we'll fly away to dump fuel and then come back. All happy?
Yeah, very
that's all
happy.
Understood. Okay, ready to continue with the checklist?
Load sheet.
Checked.
0 fuel weight, 0 fuel CG.
86, 0. 52, 22.
Fuel remain, aircraft weight.
93, 881. 187, 85.
Checked. Load limits.
They are set for a burn-off.
Start clearance we've got. Door lights.
All out.
Master warning. Master warning.
Hang on, master warning, something I have to do, hang on.
Master warning.
Yeah.
Master warning. Has been recalled and checked.
There we go.
Anti-collision lights.
On.
Throttles.
Idle.
Engine feed pumps.
They are on.
Okay, let's get the clearance to start.
Flight deck ground.
Hello.
We're
Can you hear
ready
the
to start if you can
the
give us
communications
pressure
all
and
right from
clearance.
the sound?
Okay, coming up.
So now we're starting
Down
2 engines here at the gate. Thank you much.
down 3.
So
Ready to start engine 3.
All clear.
all clear.
Starting 3 now.
So starting 3. Excellent. There we go. Very posh British accents, yeah. Spiffing. Yeah, thanks for the feedback, guys. Appreciate that. Here comes EGT.
We're finished with the air on the right-hand side.
Thank you.
So air has been cut off, but the engine is still spooling up.
Hydraulics coming online now.
Oh, look at that.
We're ready to start number 2.
Okay, clear to start.
Alright, there we go. Let's have a look here now. So for the light up, you can actually see the light up in here.
We're finished with the ground air.
Thank you.
You can take the ground electrics away.
Hey, Crazy Dunk. Doing well. How are you doing? Hey, hot BSO. Yeah, I know, right? Embraer kind of steering wheels.
Number 3, number 2 engine.
They are running.
Hydraulics.
It is checked.
Hello ground, please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We're cleared to push back when you're ready. Call for brakes release.
Okay, thank you. All clear. Parking brake set to release.
Okay, brakes released at time 1009.
Thank you.
Why no VATSIM? Because it's my first flight here in the Concorde FSLabs. I've done some practice takeoffs and one landing. But, you know, you want to be somewhat proficient with this aircraft before you start flying on VATSIM. Yeah, so only 2 engines are running at the moment. And we'll wait until we finish pushback.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
And I hope I have accounted
Could new subscribers
enough
please make
space
your way to the first class
for the
cabin,
length of this
where
aircraft.
complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Good luck, Black Box. Wise choice to fly offline.
Hey Norman! Nice to see you. Norman, I hope you're doing well. Man, long time no see.
Parking brake set to park.
Oh, good pushback. Thank God for that. Oops, hang on.
Brakes set to park.
Norman, thank you so much for your support. 36 months, 3 years. Hang on, that's the wrong button. Where's my applause? There it is. Thank you so much. Yeah, but I had to kind of modify the pushback. What a beauty. So now we're starting engine 3. Engine 4. And I would assume that is with cross-fleet start procedures. I quite like the fact that normally when I fly the A320 here on the stream or 737, I wouldn't say bored, but no, not bored, but I'm not so excited really.
Number 1.
Okay.
Now with the Concorde though, I'm excited. Because I don't know exactly how I'm going to perform on that departure.
Could new subscribers please make
And I hope I get everything right.
Where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight
Yeah, and
entertainment will be
the
served.
Collimata that we've
Thank
been flying a long time ago, I've not been in there for ages, so... Crazy Dan, thank you so much for the 13 months as well. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support. Norman says you have a Lufthansa livery, but not sharing it yet. Lol. You know, the thing is, Norman, you know that, but I didn't realize that Lufthansa was actually initially looking into buying the Concorde as well. I guess they didn't want to miss out at the beginning, but then they kind of chickened out, so...
Number 4, number 1 engine.
They are running.
Pushback checklist complete. Nose wheel steering. Okay, it's checked this side. Flight controls, AFCS and trims. They're all checked now.
Yeah, they're not the only ones that cancelled, yeah.
Visors coming down and field. Dab and feel.
Oh, so hey, sorry, Norman, help me out, please. What's dab and feel? What do I need to do?
Dab and feel.
Oh, I need to reset this, don't I? Hang on. Stab and feel. Yeah, stab and feel.
Yep, that's all engaged. Engine anti-ice.
Oh, there we go. That's the thing.
And we are flyover.
Oh, yeah, you
Brake
have
fans.
On.
Idle switches.
Set to low.
the switches. Yeah, exactly. Piano key
Tested
switches.
and off.
Engine feed pumps.
They're all on.
Hydraulics.
Checked.
Electrics.
Checked. Ground bypass.
Hello, ground. Please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We'll look for you on the left-hand side. Thanks for your help.
Okay, have a good trip.
Okay, thanks. Bye. That's the
Welcome
after-start
aboard the
checklist
Captain
complete.
Black Box Duo Channel Experience. Could
When you
new
see, normally you see the
subscribers
Concorde
please make
divisor
their way to
down, that's the
first class
divisor up.
cabin, where complimentary
And
drinks,
it's
snacks,
so weird to see
premium
it this
flight
way.
infotainment
Looks like a little,
will be served.
I don't know, it's a bird,
Thank
doesn't
you.
it?
Happy Sunday.
Oh, dear. Right, so normally get the taxi now. So it's going to be Victor, then right onto Sierra, and then holding point Sierra 1 at the holding point 27 left. Brakes released. So let's go taxi out.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served.
Guys, so this is one thing, unfortunately, that I have some issues with sometimes regarding... So the tiller isn't moving. I know I've matched it, modeled it to some axes. Oh yeah, hang on. So I think that was that button there.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Duo Channel Experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight infotainment will be served. Thank you.
So someone says, hang on, there's so many messages. So first of all, bind axis steering. No, I don't have the axes. Sorry, and then you said, you need to select a blue channel. Oh, did I miss that? Hang on. Oh, yeah. Oh, these are on, right? Ah, there we go. Oh! Hang on. Yeah, okay, so now I have the nose for steering. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. Oh, okay, Duncan. Yeah, okay, Duncan. Yeah, okay. Yeah, rings the bell now. So now I have to overshoot a little bit here. This is one thing that's so difficult to do because we're sitting so far in front of the nose wheel. You have to do such a huge overshoot. So the cockpit is like over the grass.
Visors coming up.
Hang on.
Nose 5.
Taxi checklist, visor and nose.
Down 5 degrees.
Brakes.
Have been checked and are normal.
Flight instruments.
Checked here, no flags.
Flight controls, EFC.
Yep, they're all in blue and the light is out.
I love how the suspension works. So if you brake, you see how the nose gently wobbles and oscillates.
Trims.
I've got to set 2.5.
Trims. Trims.
Two and a half set for takeoff.
There you go.
Set for takeoff.
No, the parking brake is off. We won't be able to taxi. Hey, EDDK, how you doing? I'm stuck on a checklist here at the moment. So trims.
Reverse air shut off check.
Ah, okay, got it.
Mid travel forward. Mid travel forward. Mid travel forward. Mid travel forward. Idle. Idle reverse. Idle reverse. And cancel. Seats and harness next.
There we go. Yep. Yeah. So that was the test for
Lights
the
locked, power off and secure.
reversers.
Takeoff CG switch. It's normal, 53.5%. The taxi checklist is complete.
Before takeoff check, please.
Briefing takeoff data.
Okay, no change to the briefing and we're a stopper.
Okay, understood. Landing lights.
Taxi lights and mains are on.
Hey, terrain ahead.
Squawking. 2000.
Wheel lights.
Off.
Yep, they're off here. Master warning.
Called. There's nothing there. Inhibited.
Takeoff monitor.
Armed.
Reheats. Selected.
4 white.
Pitch index.
14 degrees.
Radar.
It's off.
That's the before takeoff checklist complete.
Yeah, 5.4 is working well. All right, guys, are we ready? I'm just going to put the steering wheel down a bit so we can see the... So what was the command? 3, 2, 1 takeoff or 3, 2, 1 go? And it was 3, 2, 1 go, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly. So reheats are armed. They're currently off, obviously. 3, 2, 1 release. 3, 2, 1 go. Hey, NSL owners. All right, are we ready? Oh, this is exciting. Here we go. So 3, 2, 1. Slam them forward. Ah, here we go. Oh, hang on.
Airspeed building.
New York, here we come.
100 knots.
Power set.
100 knots already. Oh yeah, timer.
V1. Rotate.
Come on, rotate.
V2. Positive climb.
Gear up.
Coming up.
So I'm going to accelerate to 250 knots, and then we're going to pitch up to about 20 degrees.
240 knots.
There we go. Now we're going to pitch up to about 18 degrees, trying to keep 250 knots. Runway heading until we get onto that radial there. Ah, flies beautifully. Trying to get not too fast. Trim a bit more. So I'm trying to get to the items there. Here comes the radial, so we're going to go onto that radial until 7 DMEs.
3, 2, 1. Noise.
Welcome
So here comes afterburners off.
Could new subscribers
Got to pitch down. I've got to really be fast on the pitch down here.
Takeoff checks,
where
please.
complimentary drinks, snacks and premium
Lights
flight
off, neutral.
entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Landing lights.
Taxi lights and mains are on.
Pointy boy.
Master warning.
Recalled.
Already almost 7.
That's the after takeoff checks complete.
So we can now go to Woodley here. And I'm going to set myself 114.35 on my side as well. With the inbound 281. So there we go. That's our next intercept here. So now what we're going to do, I guess we'll get a clearance to, let's say, 18,000, so level 180. And free speed normally as well, so we'll start pitching up.
Nose down. Nose coming up.
Put the nose up, visor up, and then we're going to start accelerating
Visor's
now.
coming up.
I love the sound change. when that comes up. So careful not to descend. So always keep an eye on the pitch. Here's that Woodley radial coming in very shortly, 16 miles away from it. So we're going to put waypoint 2, switch to INS, both sides, flight director on, I'm going to put autopilot on, I'm going to go to INS, so INS navigation here, and then I am going to use pitch hold initially, and I can use a trim switch on my yoke to now pitch the nose up. Actually, could go a bit faster here. Ooh, come on, pitch up. There we go. Now autopilot will maintain the last pitch here, and I'm going to use that switch here, which I've bound to my yoke with nose up and nose down.
Throttling 99%.
So standard is set. And now that we're in INS, this should now follow the track automatically for us. Look at that, almost 400 knots.
Throttling 101%.
Blimey, that's fast. Exactly, so now we can actually go max climb, and it should keep that distance from the max speed for us. And we would now
Welcome
be able to go to level
Captain Blackbox
260.
Duo Channel Experience.
Max climb power.
Could new
Until we are
subscribers
over
please
the
make their way to
your
the
throttles.
first class cabin,
Bristol
where
Channel.
complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight infotainment will be served. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful.
Coming up on point 7. Altimeters.
08260. No prime, 1013. Is set, and I've got 53.3.
It is static.
So, so first of all, Hans, oh my god, there's so many resubs I've missed. Slardy Bart, first of all, Slardy, thank you for the 5 months. Happy Sunday to you as well. Thank you, Slardy. Nice to see you again. And thanks again for your support on the last stream. Lilienthal, 79 months. Lilienthal, nice to see you and still going strong.
Seatbelts going off now.
79 months, that's a long time.
They're all off.
Right, let me go.
Climb checks complete. The fuel is running aft.
Yep. Yeah, it has gone for some reason. We're now going to number 3. That's fine. INS. I don't know why that switched off to. Right, let's go Mach hold in this case. Yeah, I think when I switched the modes, it went into heading or something. And then we got Hans coming in. Hans939. Thanks for the 4 months as well, Hans. Thank you for your support. And Motosuva, my dear friend, thank you so much. Nice to see you here too. Motosuva, also thank you for the gifted sub, 2 gifted subs. So Dinglebob and JD, please say a huge thank you. And for that, I'm going to give you a lovely flyby. There we go. That's for Motosuva. Thank you so much. What a beauty. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead, pitch down again. Yeah, we didn't want to go supersonic here. So Mach 0.7 climb check. So, a word or two about max climb mode. This mode is actually more nuanced than many people realize, and only if you dig deep into the technical manuals, not the flying manuals the crews used to, but the true detail. It does not capture VMO for you. It holds the difference.
320 for 260. No prime, 1013. It's set, and I've got 54.5.
It's still going aft.
So the CG is still going aft. And so it does not capture VMO. It holds the difference in speed between VMO and the indicated airspeed on selection. This means if you climb, if you select max climb, when you're flying right on VMO, say 400 knots, it will hold VMO as it increases all the way up to 530 knots.
Leg 4 to 5 all looks good.
So that's automatic switch over then going 4 to 5 in a second. And put the position 5 in here. Right, let's go max climb again. And we're coming up level 260. Another nice feature is the weather radar. I'm going to turn the radar on, tilt that down to about -5, -6, somewhere in that region. And then I'm going to go here onto our radar panel and put this to about 80 miles. So here we got a ground image. So these are ground returns, and that should be the Bristol Channel. And let's have a look here on our chart.
Hello, Black Box.
Hey, Brenold, nice to see you. So I was unable to program or find these waypoints called Siren, Malby, Kesub, Merli. They are old waypoints.
Altitude alert, 1000
They're not here. Oh, 1000 go. I need to go out acquire. And I'm going to put the auto thrust on. Because we're not allowed to go supersonic. Yeah, yes, slick one. Yeah, I always forget that. Typical Airbus kind of... typical Airbus habit, where it does
Welcome
it all.
aboard the Captain Black Box Duo Channel experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin,
Toto,
where
at least from
complimentary
documents,
drinks,
what I've seen up to now is that
will be served.
you're going to stay 26,000 at about Mach 0.95, and then once you are cleared to go supersonic, you go into a supersonic climb. So it's a climb, steady climb, and during the climb, then you go supersonic as you go up. Let me select Land's End as a VOR 14.2. So now we've got DME 150 miles to Land's End, which is down here. So here we are, nearing the Bristol Channel there. It's just past Cardiff. Here's Land's End. And then somewhere here, normally I think that's where we would be allowed to go supersonic. So level 260 and nicely going on our waypoints there. Jürgen, so Jürgen Post 78, thank you much for your subscription. That's a new member. Give me a round of applause for that. Thank you for your new membership. Welcome to the community. So CG is 55, we're all set for a supersonic climb. So the 55% center of gravity gives us a down elevation position of 2 to 2.5 degrees, it says. Yeah, there we go, about 2 degrees down. And again, you can see the elevons being slightly deflected down. So now it says 2 minutes to the acceleration prepared. The flight engineer will announce 2 minutes to acceleration, at which point you should prepare mentally for the acceleration phase. Check using the radar that you're actually over the Bristol Channel. Not quite there yet. And set 60,000 feet to the altitude window, because this will be the maximum cruise altitude. It's not sure that we're going to reach that. No, they're not. No, they don't. They don't function as flaps. No. So the landing has a very high pitch angle in order to kind of account for the fact that you don't have flaps. So you have a very high approach speed, like 195 knots or something. Yeah, so Captain Mitchell, what I've set on the manual weather is minus 55 degrees or something. So I've set 3 areas so we don't have any weather changes and some temperature changes. I'm going to put this to, let me have a look here. That's the distance time. So that's 27 miles. 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes to the next waypoint. Yeah, Benny, England, yeah. Exactly. So it can be anywhere from, let's say, 55 to 60,000 feet. And sometimes, depending on the temperature changes in the cruise flight, you would actually descend sometimes as well. So there we go, Mach 0.93, 26,000 feet. Your time, well, I mean, apparently the flight time...
Like 5 to 6, all checks out.
So the whole flight time, let me try find it. Yeah, 3 hour 20 is the flight time. And that's, for me, that's mind-boggling. Because if I fly...
to the acceleration.
Oh, there we go. There we are, 2 minutes to acceleration. And the Concorde would get a block altitude. There's no other aircraft normally flying that high. So anywhere between 55 to 60,000 would kind of block altitude for you. So the flight engineer will count down the miles to go to the acceleration point. 5 miles to acceleration, disconnect the auto throttle. Well, I have to say, this is somewhat exciting. I don't know what it is, but this...
10 miles.
10 miles. Countdown goes. And then we go supersonic. So we go auto thrust off at 5, 3 miles, pitch hold. This here. And then at the acceleration point, full power. And then slightly pitch up to about 7 degrees.
Five miles.
5 miles. Auto thrust is off.
4. 3.
Pitch hold.
2. 1. Accel.
Full power. Let the engine stabilize. Oh, hang on. Right, I'm going to pitch up now. So we use that pitch up datum there.
Inboard reheat selected.
Yeah, shift 4 for me brought up the INS.
Outboard selected.
There we go. And off we go. So round about 7 degrees. And then be right on VMO. So we use the pitch datum up and down, nose up, down. Trying to stay with VMO. Oh, nice, Agent B. That's good to hear. Yeah, I need to try out X-Plane 12 soon as well. So now I'm using, again, the pitch up, pitch down.
Mach 1.
There we go, Mach 1.
Mach 1.
You see the indications there flip around a bit
Transparencies de-ice and demist.
as we go through Mach 1.
Off.
Mach 1 checks complete. 55. 1. Going aft.
CG still going aft. Careful now with the pitch. Now pitch is a bit higher. Come on. There we go. Bit fast. Come on.
Through 30 up to 60, no prime, 1013 is set, and I've got 55.4.
It's still going aft.
Yeah, let me get to the right pitch first of all. Hang on. Still a bit fast. Come on. There we go, max climb. So now we still got the CG going aft as we accelerate now. So we climb, accelerate, and then at Mach 1.3, the intake start to modulate. And I'll show you what the intakes looks like. So the tour guide for our tour around the Concorde, he said the intake
1.1 Mach.
doors
Secondary
there,
nozzles are looking good. 55. 8 going aft.
so they move, or they start to move, and what they do is that they slow down the incoming air, because otherwise the engine would just simply just have a fit. It will just probably stall because of the pressure being too high coming inbound. And so these deflected doors move and then cause a shockwave apparently here in the intake as well, which slows down the incoming air to subsonic levels again, so that the engine can breathe, if you like, breathe normally. And this technology is actually really sophisticated apparently. So they said that other manufacturers had difficulties, and the software for these deflector doors was written by a British company. You can see those moving the Strike Eagle. Yeah. So very sophisticated kind of technology in order to keep the engines running. Yeah, okay, yeah, well, maybe for the 1970s, Toto. Just wondering, do we get... can we see those move here as well? Well, they're going to start moving at 1.3.
Hello, black box.
Oh, hang on. Oh, one more thing. Hold on. Haley, wie geht's dir? And Guy Pelotti as well. Oh, yes, please. I just realized, you see, this is like, DCS does that as well. So there's literally no sound here. right? You are ahead of the speed of sound. And then as you move closer to the aircraft,
1.3 Mach.
You get into the cone. There we go. So now you got wind sounds again. Now those deflected doors should start to move ever so slightly.
The ramps are all modulating.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at that. They've modelled that as well. Wow, geez.
5 going aft.
Brilliant. So they modelled those as well. That's really cool. Just going to add another engine intake. Camera view there. I found that really fascinating how these will modulate as we speed up. So right now, look at that. We're doing 470 knots indicated, Mach 1.4. And we're still under reheat. So at Mach 1.7, however, we start... Well, actually, we then switch off the reheat, the afterburners. And Toto sent us a nice picture. Let me just have a look here. Pull that up. Of the Mach speed and the drag curve. So Mach and drag curve. Mach 1.45 right now. Amazing. There we go. Currently at 40,000 feet. And in the back, you have the passengers zipping champagne.
Max CG master 40 up to 60, no prime, 1013 is set, and I've got 56.9.
It's still going aft.
Max CG master warning.
So CG is not moving fast enough aft. Come on, flight engineer, do your job. I love the shaking here. Look at that, 1.5. Yeah, so as you get closer to the Mach, to the sound barrier at Mach 1.0, you can see the drag increasing drastically. So that was why back prior to getting through the sound barrier, it was believed that it was not possible because of these strong increase in drag. But then as you get through the sound barrier and accelerate then through Mach 1.4 and then later Mach 1.7, the drag reduces as the Mach number increases, and so that's why the Concorde was actually then able to switch off the afterburners and still accelerate towards Mach 2. Yeah, so I've got the CG moving back still. That looks good. Get rid of that. 520 knots. Blimey. Now, of course, you would see the temperature as we're in the stratosphere right now. Pretty much stay constant.
Coming up on Mach 1.7. Inboards going off.
There we go.
Outboards are off.
So there we go. So the flight engineer switched off the...
9 minutes, 13 on the reheats. AFCS.
And he's noted down the reheat time, 5 minutes something.
AFCS.
AFCS, hang on. Set.
AFCS.
What did I have to... Automatic flight control system now should be set to the cruise phase.
AFCS.
Hang on. You should still be the max climb. And
okay, that's late 6 to 7, I'll check
going
now.
aft.
So we should put the number 1 auto throttle on, and then go into the switch on number 1 auto throttle and make sure the flight director 1, autopilot 1 are all engaged. They are. Yeah, that goes on automatically at some point, yeah. So with INS, max climb. But now you can see that the climb is going very slowly. Current outside temperature still minus 52. Oh, look at the, that's also interesting. Look at the total temperature, plus 84 degrees. And that's why the aircraft expands, because of that heat, so that the skin of the aircraft heating up. And the tour guide told us that back here, and I'm not sure if the Concorde would model that, but back here, there's a gap. And that gap grows. So there's two areas in the aircraft where the cabin floor would be kind of sat on like rollers. And so as the aircraft expands, and how many feet was it? I can't remember how many feet or inches it expands. Not in feet, but inches. Like 9 inches or something, 9 to 15 inches. And that was in Manchester. How are you doing? And so there's a picture they showed us where during the cruise flight, the flight engineer was able to stick his hat in that gap, about 10 inches then. Okay, so yeah, I think it was 9, I remember. So he was able to stick his hat in this gap during the cruise flight. How would you count the, hey SK, how would you count the, where would you count the, markings on the floor? It's a bit dark. Okay, so you would see that as well. So they modeled that. Nice. So currently almost reaching Mach 0.18. 1.8, sorry. Toto says, now my nitpick, aerospace engine knew supersonic flight was very possible even before. Oh, did they really? But hang on, yeah. Oh, so they knew it was possible, but the technology for that, to overcome that kind of drag, obviously had them question whether or not it was doable or not, yeah. Until they managed it.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Duo Channel experience.
But again,
Could
how
new
cool
subscribers
that
please
is
make their
model.
way to
Love
the
it.
first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks,
Look
and
how far the
premium flight
intake doors have
infotainment
come
will
down
be
now.
served. Thank you.
This aircraft has been so useful for studying HSI ADF 4Os is for radio and Avat Palal.
So from here on out, currently we're still climbing around about 450 feet per minute, while we're still accelerating towards Mach 2. But that process just took its time. However, we're not in reheat anymore. And currently we've burned about, 22 tons of fuel up to this point. And we've been airborne for 32 minutes. Hey Nick, how are you doing? Bypass engine engineers looking at those flow restricting flaps with horror. Oh yeah, that's right, Toto. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, there were supersonic bullets, obviously. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so you would say that would be possible. Yeah. All right, so I would have to rephrase that. And G&G camera, thank you so much for your 11 months, almost a year now. This aircraft has been so useful for studying HSI ADF VR rows for radio nav ATPL. It has, right? Yeah, you can practice some good basic navigation with this. Good. So at 50,000 feet, let me just see. So because there was a kind of a crossover altitude where you would reach the... Oh, yeah, exactly. So Mach 2 comes at around 50,000 feet. So we're still climbing ever so slowly. And you can see the outside getting darker here as we're getting so high up. And we're so far above the weather already at 46,000 feet. The third SIVA unit is a regular one. It has a lower max ground speed than the first. So, does it really? Okay. So we've got 193 miles to go, 11 minutes. That's the speed is just crazy.
Black Box Duo Channel
almost 200 miles in 11 minutes.
Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight
so now we're currently
will
just
be served.
leaving.
Thank you.
South coast of Wales, Ireland behind.
Hey guys.
Wales we've already been past, of course, in the island, just south of Shannon. So 30 minutes after takeoff, we're already here, accelerating to Mach 2. And this is fascinating that you can maintain Mach 2 for like 2.5 hours. Really, really fascinating. Fly Real, thank you so much. That's a tier 3, good God. Fly Real, that's really, 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 really kind of you. Moin, and thank you for the generous tier 3 subscription. Thank you very, very much for that. And also, oh, it's G&G, sorry for that as well. So G&G, also tier 3. Apologies for not seeing that earlier. Also for you, again, a huge round of applause for that really generous subscription. Thank you so much, G&G. That's really, really kind. Yeah, we could try Volmet in a minute, because there are some charts where we have some... Oh, how cool is that? I didn't know that that's been done as well. So they're doing the checks as well. Fuel on board, fuel to destination, fuel remaining at destination, so we can look at the trend. So we burnt a little bit more. Yeah, okay, Nick, if I were writing that. But he scribbled that out, look. So, oh, that's really cool. Right, I was looking for the Volmet frequencies. So here we got some point of equal time. So up to this point, back to London Heathrow, Shannon. So 2 engine. Wow, okay, so 2 engine, 3 engine. Does Andy have such a clean handwriting? GG. Right, so where was my Volmet stuff? There we go. So HF frequencies. Wow, they had, since I guess at this altitude maybe that wind doesn't really matter much, so they had actually fuel values written here as well. How to make a great flight even better with pasta or pizza. Just saying. Nice. Yeah. So these charts come with the add-on, which is great. So let me just try and find some frequencies. So send Volmet frequency list. Only facts. So you're right. So we're coming up 49,000 feet, Mach 0.194. So Mach 2 at 50,000 would happen at 1,147 knots. Now we can actually have that dialed in here somewhere. Yeah, so ground speed right now is 1,113 knots. Mind-boggling. Right, time for the flyby. Now we're almost Mach 2. The sonic boom will take some time here. A little bit faster, 320. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, livery is beautiful, right? Look at that, all quiet. Ahead of the shockwave. That wing design, incredible. I wonder how long that took to create. .97, almost 50,000 feet. Still climbing around about 350, 400 feet per minute. And like I said, it's like a cruise climb right now. Could regulate air traffic? Yes, I would imagine so, Captain Chaos, yeah. Yeah. So temperature right now, it's minus 54 still, and we've got 117 total air temperature plus. And I saw a video where Captain told that if you manage to put your finger past these insulation mats there and get it towards the skin of the aircraft, the heat. I mean, without these mats there, I would imagine the heat radiation would be quite a lot. So the maximum, thanks Enisadonis for all the facts. So the maximum temperature would be 128 degrees Celsius. Incredible. Absolutely crazy.
Cruise rating going in. The transonic checklist is complete. We've got 58.7 steady.
Okay, so now we should get very closely. We should get max cruise at some point here come up. And then it's like keeping the max power and just modulating around Mach 2. And so anywhere between 50 to 60,000 feet. 66 tons of fuel. And look how fast the fuel is draining. Crazy. Enisadonis, you looked into it. So the Sea units have 899 ground speed restriction to them.
Right leg 7 to 8 checks out.
Ah, okay, so that's also removed. So the maximum values then for the Concorde especially. Okay. Right, we are. Where are we? We are currently going towards 20 west. And we still have 226 miles to go to that next waypoint. The ground speed 1144. Wowzers. And here we go, Mach 2. My passengers would be going 1,320 miles per hour. Can we fly past the Murin Sailor? Almost. Avenger, almost. One thing I just find somewhat discomforting is the fact that at this speed, you know, nothing's allowed to go wrong, really. So, man, you would have to have, you know, good faith into that technology. Otherwise, I don't think you would be sitting here nice and relaxed. Imagine hand flying at this speed. That's one of the things I would be worried about, Captain Chaos. No, so Gilenda, the thing is this. I have just given an overview. You can't know, but I'll give you an overview. So yesterday I started officially studying for my 787 type rating. And yesterday I've spent 7 hours at my desk going through CBT programs. Today I got up to 8. And I did another set of CBTs until 2 this afternoon. Then I went for a cycle ride. Had something to eat, prepared for the stream. So this kind of, you know, rhythm will continue until about the 17th of September. So literally 6-7 hours daily studying, because my brain is just not efficient enough to store, you know, all that data that I'm getting thrown at quickly enough. Right? I need to repeat things, right? In order for my brain to kind of, you know, catch it and keep it for a while. Hey Bernard, how's my memory state? I would say stressed. Yeah, Gilland, I have to admit, I mean, even though right now all I've been looking at is mostly flight deck design, one of the topics, lighting, the flight deck displays and controls. And then just primary flight display, airplane control, flight management non-normal, the crew alerting system, so ICAS as well, display management non-normal, the standby flight instruments and clocks, and then the electronic checklists, 2 parts of those. They are, it's just, it's fantastic. It's a fantastic system with the integrated checklists, but then there's closed loops, open loops. You have to be able to do resets. You can cancel checklists and all kinds of stuff. And it's to get your head around that sort of stuff, you know, and not get lost with the checklists. It's quite something. Oh, there we go. So we got max cruise activating here now, automatically. Hey Fred, and Agent B7B, thank you so much again for your generosity. B, I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's good. B, if you can, just a few words as a private message. See how you're doing on my Discord. I would love that, and then you know, see how you're doing, where you are, how your flying is going. Once again, thank you so much for your 100 bits there. Thank you. Kept more torture in a lot. Yeah, so interestingly enough, so you can see now it's already struggling to continue to climb. So Mach 2, and I guess it just has to do with the temperature that I've set, the weight actually. So of course, as we burn more fuel, as we get lighter, the aircraft will be able to continue to climb. But at the moment, at least, it's level flight. Thank you much, B. Thank you. Oh, Giftswork. No, you can definitely fail type ratings. And it's a serious business. So as a matter of fact, Giftswork, there's a absolutely clear set of rules when you fail either the written tests or you fail simulator check rides, etc. There's a clear set of rules on how to proceed in that case. And if you fail a check ride twice, then you have a hearing. There'll be a hearing board. They review all of your training records, and then they will decide if they're going to give you another chance with extra training, or if the results are really bad, then they would probably just have you end that type rating, and then you would have to requalify again on the previous type. Hey, Revenger, how you doing? Well, and as a donors, GG, if you were able to go through all of that in DCS, hats off, because I don't have the capacity right now to do that. I wish I had more time for these wonderful add-ons, but I don't, unfortunately. What made me bid for the 787? Well, I had two applications. One was for the 787 and one was for the 747. The problem is that right now there's no 747 ground courses available until April next year, and I didn't want to wait that long anymore. I just wanted to get away from short range. The last 2 years short range have really kind of kicked me hard in a place where it hurts. So I just wanted to get away from that, seriously. I just couldn't take it anymore. And then also, I mean, the 787 is an aircraft I've never flown before. Completely new technology. So yeah, I'm very happy to get the chance. Nice. Also, the FPS performance is very fine here. I can hear the CPU fans actually not revving up too much. Yeah, so normally, that's a good point, HotBSO. So normally the first officer here, the integrated first officer, will program the next waypoints. I'm doing well, TV. Thank you for asking. No, well, I mean, Julian, the thing is this. The type ratings are fair. So yes, it is a lot of stuff to learn, but to be honest, any learning you've done prior, be it CPL, ATPL, IFR ratings, that has so much more information to dig through, so that a type rating itself isn't complicated. It isn't difficult. It's just a lot of information you have to grind through. And it's more like self-discipline to manage your time and manage the information that you go through. It's not complicated. It's not difficult. It is just a lot of information. That's all. Because only one core is in use. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully there's some more cores in use, but. Well, Johnny, what I've heard from my colleagues is that the 787 is extremely reliable at the moment. So unless they blow up,
9 is checked now.
There we go. So hopefully it's going to be programming that. So unless they blow up fire extinguishers near the aircraft, it's all fine. Right, nice. Got still 250 people watching. Thank you much. Thank you for your interest in this this product. I have to say, I'll be completely honest, I was very skeptical about the release of the Concorde here in version 5.4, or they released it for version 4 and 5, but not for 6. And from what I've been hearing here in the community is that a lot of people have already deinstalled P3D. Now, I'm still using P3D for the FSLabs 320, for the Quality Wings 787. Is it? Hang on, Norman. Oh, sorry, I have to correct myself. Sorry. Thanks, Norman, for the correction then. So only version 5. I thought I'd picked up on the website that was version 4 as well. Okay, guys. So my apologies. Only version 5. So then I thought, I didn't know how many people would really want to buy the add-on if they already installed P3. Now I'm using P3 again. I'm using it for Quality Wings, FSLabs, and the last couple of times that I've been using 5.4 and the latest version, that is, with the latest graphics drivers, it's performing actually really well. Now, yes, of course, ground visuals obviously don't match those, to Microsoft Flight Sim. But if you're flying around mostly IFR and not VFR, not low level, then you're probably not going to care so much about that. So for those that still have, P3D available, maybe even installed, and you have lots of scenery for it, and you are interested in an aircraft that just is totally different, but you're kind of scared because of the complexity, well, this add-on actually takes care of a lot of the complexity for you. So, I mean, even I was literally just with like 3 or 4 hours of studying the tutorial flight and just doing some practice takeoffs and landings. I was able to really enjoy the add-on and already feel the fascination behind this this technology. And I've calculated a 747 flight plan this afternoon, London to New York, and I think the flight time was a whopping 6 hours 40 or something. Just going to try to find the flight time here really quickly. View. No, flight time, air time, 7 hours. So the Concorde does that in less than half of that time. And if I'm not mistaken, the record is held by a British gentleman who did 4 transatlantic flights in 1 day. So early morning, first flight, he went to New York to sign some contracts. He went back after signing the contracts to London. On the way back, they realized there was a mistake somehow, an error in the contracts. So he had to go fly back again to New York at afternoon. And then he went back home in the evening. Well, I mean, the company didn't mind. It was all about contracts, right? So, but imagine that, doing 4 transatlantic crossings in 1 day. Forward, good to be. Well, it's going nicely up to now, and I'll show you where we are currently. We just passed 20 west. So here we are. And we've been airborne for an hour. No, not even an hour yet. 57 minutes we departed. Yeah, and most of the time, so forward, most of the time, we actually were, not at Mach 2. So I think we reached Mach 2 about 15 minutes ago. Good, so I wonder when the next waypoints will be programmed. So let me have a look at the waypoint list here. So that's the current position, I think. Let's go here. Oh, he did program. That's 40 west. So that's already programmed. So 49.16, and then we got 47.03. There we go, 47.03, that's programmed. PBAS, congratulations. Riga, approval, nice. Oh, Voyager, that's a good question. When is it? When is the next cross the pond? I know I don't have time because I'm in a transition, but I mean, you got everyone from the FSLabs team flying along, right? 28th of October. Nice. Thank you, Mark. Transition to 787. Captain Chaos, very good question. Let me have a look at the flight plan. Ooh, yeah, it's dropping. It's still dropping. Yeah, 15 because we are obviously flying a bit lower. So Squawk 2000. Some interesting notes here as well. So Mach 1, not later than 80 DME Yankee Hotel Zulu, Halifax. Trying to find that VUR. Let's search for it. That is 115.1. So let me dial that in here. Yeah, so not as high as we wanted to be. And the current fuel flow, let's have a look. So the fuel, 6,100 kilograms per hour. Oh my God. 24 tons per hour. Ooh. So in 2 hours time we'll be down to 10 tons. Well, we got to descend as well, so we're gonna have I would well, just by rule of thumb I would say we're gonna reach New York with about 10 tons, right? And 121 degrees plus 121 on the skin. Yeah, so again, I know, so as we burn fuel, as we get lighter, the aircraft will be able to climb up further and then, you know, burn less fuel. But still fascinating, going Mach 2 without afterburners. And look at the engine intakes, how close they are. Oh yeah, so TV, I mean, so it's not just the fuel costs, but it's also the maintenance costs, for example, right? So let's say you're burning, what, 80,000 kilograms of fuel for one flight. I would say a ton costs about, what is it right now, $700 or something? So that's already about 50, let's say $60,000 dollars just for the fuel, just the fuel bill. Oh wow, how did that, so Hyperfin, you know that exactly, 816? So that's $65,000. Killian, thank you so much. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for joining. Take care. $65,000. Now, if you just take that, divide that by 100 passengers, that's $650 just for the fuel. And I would imagine the maintenance costs, etc., are also astronomically higher than yeah. Did you know I think I don't know who asked if it was yeah, 100, there's 100 seats on the plane TV. Yeah. And I'm sure, now this is the thing, I would say, so whenever I saw a video, I never saw the aircraft fully booked. Yeah. So engine costs, maintenance costs, I mean, so we're about to reach 52,000 feet. And where are we? We are now 178 miles from 30 west. It's a changeover point from Shanwick to Gander airspace. Now when you say 173 miles, that's only 9 minutes. That's the thing, it's just 9 minutes. $1,136 knots ground speed. Oh really? Okay, so Benny, it's a nice info. So he says what doomed the aircraft was the need to upgrade the avionics. Airbus gave a ridiculous price, and they were removing VRs all over the world. The plane cannot navigate like a modern jet does. Okay. Okay, so maintenance was expensive, but what killed them was the fact that the air travel was changing and parts had to be retrofitted. Like cockpit door posts and ILM cost 300,000. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing, TV. Exactly. So back then, but though I mean, 430 pounds in 1977 was, I would say, a lot of money. And one way to compare that would always compare to cost of a new car. So let's say, I don't know, a normal British car back then. How much would that cost at, in 1977? And compare that to a ticket price on the Concorde. Yeah, Ennis, I don't know, but the thing is, you would see that sometimes, I would see that on the flight from Frankfurt to Keflavik. You can see a sunrise going westbound. Really? These days that would only be £2,200. Really? That sounds not much. So Captain Chaos, you think your parents bought a house for £2,000? Really? Well, I mean, come on. How much is a business class ticket? Frankfurt to New York or Frankfurt to LA at the moment? Yeah, we talked about the Concorde, right? €4,000 return in business. Well, there we go. So 2,000 single. Yeah. Well, okay. I would take the point that at the moment, ticket prices aren't really normal, are they? Because of the high demand for tickets. So we've got to be careful now. See that it switches over from 9 to 1. I'm just wondering, do I have to do that? Or do I have to do that myself? Or... It does it automatically, thank you. Cool. Right, so if in case you're wondering, so how do you calculate your top of descent? Well, it actually has some nice features here in that calculator. So it says performance calculations, decel and descent. So we need 170 miles. And so the decel point is 96 miles before Lind. Now, is there a VOR? I mean, Lind is a position, I know that. But, so let's say 100 miles prior to Lind. So that's when we go towards 72 west. Oh no, hang on. Waypoint. No, that should be that. Sorry, 7142. Yeah. So Linda 7142. So we're going to monitor that waypoint, and then we want to be descending about 100 miles prior to that. What, Gillian, you've actually seen that in real life? Good God. Right, 69 miles to go until we hit 30 west, 68. So the planned descent is 14,000 by Owens. So here's Lind, and you can see the routing takes us further south. So we're going to stay longer over water, longer to be able to fly supersonic. And then Lind, Owens, and then at some point we would get radar vectors inbound to JFK. So the final price was around about $12,000 return. Wow. Oh, that's, yeah, that sounds reasonable back then. Yeah, so Aaron, I can only comment on my company procedures. So whenever the captain thinks that an approach is challenging, it doesn't have to be emergency or abnormal. It can be very strong winds as well, for example. Bad visibility, then
one is checked.
And then that's when the captain would normally take over control. Yeah. And so let's say any hydraulic failures, flight control issues. There we go. So that's 9 to 1. 434 miles, 22.8 minutes. Well, Aaron, that's not the point. It's not the point that first officers can't fly just as well as captains. That's beside the point. It's a legal issue. Because obviously if something goes wrong on such landings, the pilot flying would then be very likely sued. And the captain getting the money, being paid for taking off the final responsibility. I mean, he will still get in trouble for sure, yeah, but I mean, you know, it's more a legal thing in that case. But that is up to the captain to decide. You see, that's one of those things. There may be situations where the captain says, I want, you know, my mental capacity, you know, maxed out because of the complex abnormal, and I trust the first officer can fly the approach perfectly well. So I'll let him fly, and that way I have, you know, mental capacity available for other tasks. That's up to the captain to decide. In the end, if something goes wrong, he's the one that has to answer the questions from the lawyers, right? Why he decided to do certain things. Yeah, I mean, the captain's accountable anyhow, yes, but like I said, there are certain things where it does make sense that the captain is flying the aircraft for legal reasons. So remember when we did some complex abnormals in the 320, you know, sim missions, I often had the first officer usually fly while I was managing the, you know, coordination with ATC, the cabin, etc., company. And then for landing itself, after the briefing, I will take over control. Yeah, that's the thing. So Avenger, the thing is this, you know, so legal matters aren't always 100% clear. So while you think laws should be this and this and this, a judge may, in the end, you know, have a verdict that's different to that. Look at that, already almost, so 70 miles. So we just talked for like 2 or 3 minutes. And look at the distance that we traveled. Blimey, that's so fast. So you can just imagine how that shockwave is just so pointy at this speed. Did you land this plane yet? Yes, once. Well, I mean, the FSLabs now, yeah, once. So, one thing I've noticed though, here in the sim, and I've got the Dorvichki, whatever the name is, can't pronounce that to save my life, but Dorvichki, New York, and 3-1 left is misaligned, that ILS. At least here in the Concorde, I couldn't. I was visually with the center line. I was right in center line. 3-1 left, and localizer and the flagler were deflected a little bit. So, Avenger, up to what point? Touchdown or later? So we're going to get rid of the 3-1 left chart. So we are going to land on 3-1 right. So we made that decision. 3-1 right it is. That has 3,050 meters, should be plenty. I mean, the other one has 4,400. Yeah, but 3,000 is fine. It's fine. Captain Chaos, we're not going to start that, all right? Forget about it. We're edging up to 53,000 feet. 51 tons fuel remaining. Remaining flight time, about an hour 50, somewhere in that region. It's just unbelievable. An hour 20 minutes. That's what? That's Frankfurt, Manchester or something, or you know, Birmingham. But in the Concorde, we're actually going now towards 40 west already. So normally 1 hour 20 would be this long, and look where we are already in the Concorde. See that symbol moving so quickly on this chart, so far zoomed out. Amazing. Yes, so Geep, if you look on the, let me just show you the chart. So they call them SM, I would guess, something supersonic, I would imagine. So on these charts, so they have, so that's SM, SN, and SO. So there's these going eastbound and those going westbound as well. Yeah, so this one's going westbound, and this one is going eastbound. Yeah, the thing is, so you know, is it Boom? It's called that new aircraft, supersonic aircraft, and is it United that has already ordered some of those? But the advertisement for that, you know, $100 tickets. I mean, yeah, as a advertisement gimmick, maybe, you know, 3 tickets, but the rest will have to be in the thousands again to make that somewhat cost neutral. I don't even think it's going to be profitable. Yeah, eventually that's what they advertise with that. So I think they also have 100 seats, and they were talking about $100 or something. That's ridiculous. That's not going to work. So Voyager, sorry, the schedule, I'm going to have to tell you that the next stream, so I'm going to be grinding on with my type rating, and the next stream is going to be on around 12th, 13th. Not decided yet. So stay tuned on Discord. It will be slower than Concorde. Do you know how fast it'll go? 1.7 SK. Okay, thank you. It's not too bad, no. 1.7 is fine, yeah. All right, let me show you some more pictures then of the Concorde that I've taken. So, yeah, the engines with the reverses there, cockpit. Yeah, exactly like in the sim here. One thing I've noticed, so when you get into the flight deck, it is cramped. Hey Stoffer, how you doing? It is really, really cramped. It's anything but cozy in here. Yeah, there we go. You can see the engines. Deflector doors again. Are the reversers riffled? Yeah, in the inside, yeah, I can see that there, yeah. Grated. JX, how you doing? Concorde Neo. Lol. A good friend Ted Barker told me that they had... No, that also the tour guide told they had weddings in the aircraft. They're not doing that anymore, though, in case you are thinking about it. Yeah, so I can tell you from my real-world flying, I remember on my time on the Century 7, I saw the Concorde in Paris depart as well, and in Heathrow, I saw them probably 10, 15 times. They were like ahead of us. And then when they departed, blimey, it was loud. The whole aircraft shook. It was quite something to see that up close. But I also remember the first time I saw the Concorde, I was actually surprised how small it is. I mean, it's not small per se, but I mean, when you see the aircraft in documentaries or on television, and then you see it up close, it was strange, yeah. Stoffer, is it raining? Okay, no, here it's fine. We got good weather here. Still climbing, 53,200 feet now. Still Mach 2. Voyager, yeah, right? I mean... Yeah, as we said, yeah, as it gets lighter. So 47,000 kilograms. Let's hope we don't run out of fuel. So we should have had... It says fuel and tanks on arrival, according gauges. That was prior, wasn't it? Because of fuel uplift. Oh, actually, now it's getting better again. So we decreased, so that was all decreasing from any fuel destination. Now it's gone up a bit from the last fuel check. So we should be good. Hey, yeah, Captain Chaos. Absolutely. Sorry, no, Mundos. But I think I saw you at ESA last Friday afternoon. When was that? Friday? Let me just check when I was last time in Stockholm. I was there. Stockholm. Hold on. No, so I can tell you that I was in Stockholm on the 29th of July. That was the last time I was in Stockholm. So you saw my doppelganger. On the 25th, I was actually in Venice. Yeah, and at 26th I was in Manchester. I have witnesses here in chat that can confirm that. Right, 90 miles, as already telling us careful with the waypoint change. No worries, Amundos, all good. I'm just pulling the neck. All good, yeah. Look at the fuel burn now. That's interesting. So now we're down to about 56.5, 5.6, let's say 5.6 per hour. How's David Hasselhoff in real life? Hey, buddy, sorry for the late call out, buddy. I saw your geht's dir? No, buddy. We're trying to, we'll try to do this in style and not risk a crash. So, when should I go down, it says here. Oh, Vormet. I was going to try to see Vormet. Because it has an integration for that nifty feature Vormet. So, so 10. So the HF frequency is 1051. So five 1 0. That's HF. Let's have a look. HF.
Leg 1 to 2 checks out.
That's good. Happy to hear that. 50 west. Let's try 3485. Yeah, let's go through the different frequencies. 3485. Oh. Ah, yeah, that's why. Yeah, there's something there. Let's go again. 10. So back then, prior ACARs, imagine having to get the weather this way. So your captain would tell you, all right, get me the latest weather for destination and alternate airports. Captain Ranger, I think it's an add-on. You can buy an add-on. It's the same company that did all of these real turb. So I think it's even called real turb Volnet or something. And I guess they integrated that here in the how much fuel did we load? 93 tons. So 93.8 or something. So currently we've burned through almost 50 tons of fuel. Your flight plan says final reserve 2.4 tons. That's an hour remaining flight time. Estimated water. Well, yeah, I mean, you would either have to make already commitment to destination or do a refueling stop somewhere. Long flight. We've only been airborne for an hour 37. And we're estimating arrival time in about 1 hour 25. 1 hour 30. So we're pretty much halfway at the moment. And we are flying fast. Mach 2. It's not really a double boom now anyway. It's like just boom. Because normally the sonic boom would be boom for the forward and aft shockwave. Great, I'm not happy. No, definitely not. So we're coming at 54,000 feet. There we go. current temperatures minus plus 120 total at temperature, minus 55 static. So I do recommend, contrary to what they tell you on the tutorial flight, I've done 4 areas, all the same weather as they said, and 1,000-mile rings around that, so that the whole flight track is always covered then by the same weather. Otherwise, if you then leave one of those areas, come into the no added weather, then the temperature may just change suddenly, and you find yourself with a huge speed drop. Yeah, so hang on, Geep. Let me just show you a couple pictures then. So this is one of the most interesting ones. So this is my hand, and you can see the size comparison of that window in the Concorde. It's a tiny window. Absolutely crazy. Another very interesting thing is the fueling panel outside. So 13 fuel gauges, 13 tanks. The reason for the small window is that you're flying very high up. So the time of useful consciousness up here is how many seconds? Toto would know. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Your blood would boil if you had a sudden decompression. So if a window blew out, then the air conditioning with bringing air in would have enough inflow. And with this very small outflow through such a small window, the pressure wouldn't drop that drastically. So you had time to descend to low altitude and survive it. Yeah, I know. It's like 45, 60,000 feet. It's not survivable without pressure suit, etc., etc. So even if you got 5 second useful consciousness, your blood would boil like a diver coming up too quickly. Yeah, so I don't think it's the useful consciousness that's an issue. It's more other bodily functions in that case. Yeah, so here again you can see those deflector doors on the intakes. That as you pass Mach 1.4, I think it was, they start deflecting down in order to slow down the airflow into the engine, so that the engine doesn't stall because of too much air rushing in. Yeah, and then the cockpit, I mean, the FE panel, that looks like a rocket ship. That is just absolutely crazy. So let me just compare that with the view here. Crazy. Yeah. The reverser doors. Amazing. Yeah, it could also be because of high loads, Captain Laranja. One of the reasons I always heard about was the pressure. Yeah. Well, Captain Chaos, if you watch Concorde here on Twitch, he can do that. There's no one that flies more Concorde. I think he flies only Concorde in the flight sims. Only. Yeah, Flying Fox, hello to you. Yes, exactly. Incredible piece of technology. Yeah, and he knows all about these systems. Yeah, although Geep, I have to say, I mean, Ted Barker also noticed that that it's become quite dirty on top. So it could really do with a little bit of a wash. So a lot of dust on the top of the fuselage. But still, I mean, the fact that you could book tours where you are allowed into the flight deck, you know, and even sitting on the captain's seat, that's quite incredible. So I'm just monitoring that DME distance. Once that pops up, we've got to get ready for the descent. So, landing data. So what we have to do as well is later on calculate the landing data. So the landing data, so right now, I guess, how much did we weigh at the beginning? So we had 190 tons. So we're going to burn 80, 110 maybe. So more like in this region. So the VREF plus 30 is going to be 192. So I think that's the speed we fly at, correct? Yeah, well, I mean, no, so the first flight, honestly, and I don't know how many sectors would have been open today, to be fair. Yeah, B, all right? I mean, very well made. And again, you can load many different routings in here, so... Yeah, so 192 is the approach speed, correct? And it says tank 9. You would have to enter the fuel value of tank 9. Let's find it first of all. Well, there's pump 9. God, I don't know where to look. 5, 6, 10. It's all the tank. Look at that. So that's 5 alpha. Where's 1? Anybody seen tank 1? Oh, there we are. Tank 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 11. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 5 alpha, 7 alpha. Benji, I wasn't on that sim. No, I wasn't. I was off. I'm offline. So that will be the gauge later. And I would imagine that once the trim tank. Which tank is the trim tank? Is it 13? Which one is the trim tank? Right, let me find that document. That may help. So they have a systems document as well, obviously. Systems manual. So let's have a look through the manual. And let's have a look for fuel. So, hydraulic, fuel system. Do I have a picture somewhere, please? I need a picture with all the tanks. Oh, there we go. Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Perfect. Look at that. Oh, that's tank 11 then. Okay, so tank 11 is the trim tank. Yeah, and it's GG. So that's a trim tank. And you can see, of course, it only makes sense, or makes most sense to use fuel from the front tanks, 9 and 10, and pump it back to put the CG aft, and then later on pump fuel back into the forward. So I guess that's why you want to have the fuel value for tank number 9 for landing. So then in the approach, we're going to have to look again how much fuel then is in tank 9. Yeah, very, very much so. So 11. So if you look at tank 11, then we've got 5 alpha on the side. Oh, that's 5 alpha. And 5 alpha is actually here. Then you've got 7 alpha. But you got 6, 7, 2, and 3. So 6, 7, 8, 3, and 7 down here. Yeah, so it's somehow, for a flight engineer, perfectly logical. But isn't that fascinating how much room the fueling panel takes up on that panel? So this is for electrical. Well, he did get trained for it, yeah. And I hope his paycheck resembled that as well. Blimey. Because that is a lot of responsibility here. Hydraulic management, electrical, emergency generator, AC, DC. That's fuel jettison panel, temperature control. Yeah, of course you can actually dial that down. Look at that. I mean, even if you plan, you know, if you're just messing about here as a flight engineer doing flight, yeah, you can do lots of stuff. Air bleed control, equipment bay cooling, cabin pressurization there. Oh yeah, as an interest, what's the cabin pressure right now? Wow, look at the cabin differential pressure, almost 11 psi. So an airliner these days, normal airliner, has like 7, 8, 7.5 to 8. That's like almost 11. The cabin altitude is actually not too bad, just 7,500. Oh no, hang on, hold on, that's -5? 1, 2, 3, so that's 5,500 feet. That's actually really low. Hence the large differential pressure, but still, wow. Yeah, 8 psi. Yeah. So that, but still, that's almost 11. Crikey. All right, almost 2 hours on the clock. We're getting closer and closer to New York. Always, I would need to, hang on, let me just find a document then, maybe cabin pressure. Try to find that on the systems. Air conditioning cabin pressure control panel. So, pressure control. Cabin pressure is controlled and maintained by using discharge valve or the ground pressure relief valve to control the outflow of conditioned air from depressurized zones. 2 discharge valve, 1 forward and 1 aft of each system. Both systems are automatic and operate to the requirements selected on the cabin auto selector. Throttle settings, weight switches, etc. The cabin differential pressure is limited to 10.7 psi. The cabin altitude is limited to 11,000 feet, but limited only. Trying to find where it says what kind of normal values it has. No, I'm not finding any standard values there. Well, there we go. Oh, thanks a lot. So, at 60,000 feet, Concorde's cabin outer pressure was maintained at an equivalent to 1,700 meters, which is actually very low. So that's actually very comfortable for the passengers. And again, 55,000 feet, doing Mach 2. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, always, but from all the larger airliners, I think 787 is around 6,000 feet cabin altitude. So I've not got to that chapter yet, guys. Don't throw stones at me, right? I've not gone through that CVT regarding pressurization, so I don't know anything about that yet.
Leg 2 to 3 checks.
Thank you much. So that's already leg 2 to 3, meaning we're coming up to 53 west. I'm trying to find my orientation here. 53 for the next leg. So we've passed 40. Going to pass 40. No, 50 west. 53 west already passed. Yeah, look at that. So that's nice. Increasing on the fuel value, 16.5. 777 cabin altitude is about 8,000. Well, there we go. Yeah, thanks, Oyst. Interesting numbers. Yeah. And Lint, that's the one. So 100 miles prior Lint. That's the one we're going to keep an eye out. So as you can see, the virtual flight engineer first officers, do a lot of stuff for you. Now you can, at least, I'm not sure if Norman is still here, but at some point you will be able to switch off the virtual flight engineer, and I guess you can program then the also the INS yourself. Hey, baby Boeing. So the 350 has also lower cabin altitude. Nice. I guess that's a strong selling point these days, isn't it? Regarding passenger comfort. Imagine doing failures in the Concorde. No. No. Will Concorde ever be back? No. But there's a new aircraft coming out, new supersonic aircraft called Boom. And we learned it's going to fly around Mach 1.7. Not quite as fast as the Concorde, which is doing Mach 2 right now. If you're interested in, again, hearing that sonic boom. Here he is. Oh, Captain Chaos.
Seasonal greetings and thanks for the gifted sub.
Captain Chaos, thank you very, very, very much. That's really generous. 5 gifted subs. So please to Gaby, Valentino, Fenric, Putin Flyer, Shay, please say a huge thank you to Captain Chaos gifting you those subs. Thank you. Christmas is already around the corner, yeah. It is. It is. Yeah, it can't be too early for Christmas, no. Captain Chaos, once again, thank you very much. Well, I mean, if supersonic travel will be back, I'm gonna get a ticket. I'll do a vlog on it. Maybe even live stream. Well, I've never been supersonic yet, so I wanna, if that's something to put on the cabin list, no, on the bucket list. Yeah, but face reveal, when I retire, I have no problem with the face reveal. Flying Fox says your company has ordered some of those. Well, I don't. Have you followed any of the developments? Do you know anything about it, or you know how far along are they, and when's going to be the test flight, etc.? So, I mean, the thing is this. So when you do a test flight, it's still going to take about 5 years, isn't it, before it goes? Right, at least 3 years before it goes into production. Quite secretive. Okay, interesting. Does the 77 have a limit of Mach 1.01? Well, I don't think I would have the guts to try that out. Ugh. I know that the latest business jets, I don't know which company, but they have buddy, yeah. They have a they had to do a certification test because they're flying standard. Is it Mach 0.95 or something, or 0.2? They had to prove that the aircraft doesn't break apart at Mach 1.0 something. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. They have to prove in certification that going above Mach 1 doesn't break the aircraft. Oh, okay, so Chernobyl approach, thank you much. So they're testing an engine on a experimental aircraft in the southwest very soon. Okay, interesting. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Oh my god, 70. Oh, here we go. We've got to get ready, guys. 85 miles to top descend. Right, so 53. We got to get ready. Dive. We've got to get ready. So 71 west. So when this thing shows up, 71 west. Yeah, so it's got to be waypoint 7, I think. So it hasn't programmed that yet in. I am going to set 112.7 on my side, and then I'll put New York JFK on this side. Because then I have JFK as a reference, and then I'll have the ILS 31 right later on. So JFK is 15.9. And I'll set the inbound course 314.
That's leg 3 to 4 checked.
Thank you. Oh, Captain Chaos, I hope so, but I want to just be ready. 35 tons remaining. Oh, what's he doing now? How can we set it back to 269? Is that on the arrival? Because we don't have an arrival, really. Okay, so in the bonus thread with the INS, SIVA should also have the ADU memory cards. So that should make it a lot easier. You basically have to load the waypoint and correction sets. Okay. But how do you do that? Flying Fox says the wings on the Falcon are supersonic as well if needed. Oh, it's the chat still. Okay. Yeah, so that's Dissolve diving a Falcon 50. Oh, wait, the test pilots were relaxed. Oh, God. True heroes. Okay, you've got to stop saying what's it doing now. Yeah, that's true. But that's hard to get rid of. I've been flying Airbus for too long. So reaching 55,500 feet now. 174 miles to Halifax. My God, look at where we've come. Look how far. 2 hours, 5 minutes into the flight. South of Newfoundland. Wow. Incredible. Good, so what do I have to do? Landing data calculate. Although let me try again calculate the descent point here. So performance calculations, optimum descent. Again, we got 100 miles prior to Lint. Refresh. Yeah, still the same. Cool. Okay, we'll do that later. Is there an indication somewhere for the total weight at the flight attendant, flight engineers panel? Thank you, Flying Fox. Thanks for the link. I will save that for later. Thank you much. It's a lower digital readout on the fuel panel. Oh, here. Hang on, I found it. Yeah, aircraft weight. Ha 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 ha. There we go. So we've currently got 120 tons. And 33 tons remaining. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so that's what I did. Zero fuel weight was 100 something. Oh, actually I took the takeoff weight, so that minus the expected fuel burn, which is about at least 80 tons. So 110 tons should be fine. So we've got that down. Landing data calculated. So 10 minutes prior deceleration, altitude set. Set your clear descent altitude into the autopilot select window. This will have to be a flight level below 410 because you can't stop the deceleration at an intermediate point. Typically, an initial flight level would be flight level 390 with further descent clearance before reaching this altitude. Warning and landing displays check. The flight engineer will begin the deceleration descent checklist, which includes a test of the warning and landing displays. Press and hold the test button on your panel. So that's going to be this one here. And the checklist trigger later on, the send checklist starts when approaching the flight plan calculated deceleration point. Okay, so this checklist should also tell you the throttle lever angle needed. Okay, interesting. So here we got the angle. So I guess right now, is that the marker here at what, 15 degrees? Is that the index? Oh, the flight engineer sets the throttles. Okay, there we go. Hey, Ray Knight. Or Hannah. Am I flying the 747? No, so I've just finished flying Airbus. I'm currently in the transition onto the 787. Dankeschön, auch dir einen schönen Abend. Ja, happy landings. Estimate fuel has risen from 2.2 to 2.4, so I'm safe now. Yeah, so final reserve plus alternate 2.4, that's exactly the minimum value you need at the missed approach point of your destination airport. So if that says 2.4 now, and that's according to the flight plan. So what you could also do, Gilend, is you could maybe find an airport, an alternate airport closer to the destination airport, so that the alternate fuel value is a little bit less. So that's also a legal possibility that you could do. But when you replan that, you have to have the alternate weather for the planning stage. So you need higher minimum visibility and ceiling value, higher ceiling and visibility numbers. Well, no, so long haul pilot, for me, 787 will be my last aircraft. That's my final type rating. Isn't there someone, hang on, Naples, isn't there something else nearby? Closer than Rome? Pescara, yeah. Oh, we lost the DME. How's that? Oh, was that a different DME? Lol, that wasn't Halifax. That was something else. No, hang on. Someone switched my nav radio. Tis, tis, tis. Is that my first officer? Is he switching around my radios? Yeah, exactly. Next type rating will be Cessna 172. Right, 55 minutes somewhere, 50, 55. Good, so let's prepare for the charts, because things will happen very fast later on. So we're going to intercept the ILS, I guess, out of 3,000 later on, not making it more complicated. We'll slow down, not forget the gear, obviously. And, yeah, 3-degree profile down. And the landing distance available for the airport. Let me just find the airport infos. 3-1 right. We have beyond the threshold 2,800 meters available. That should still be more than plenty for the Concorde. Oh, I see. So the first officer does that as well automatically. Ah, okay. Did not know that. Yeah, as a long haul pilot right now, I'm deeply sorry, but my transition obviously has highest priority. So I'm gonna study hard for this transition or type rating. So unfortunately, the streaming schedule has to be cut down a bit. So I'm planning to next stream around the 13th of September. But that will be a flight then from Los Angeles to Honolulu. We'll do that on either Pilot Edge or VATSIM. And then maybe VATSIM makes more sense, doesn't it? Because maybe somebody flies along. It's about a 5-hour flight, though. But I can tell you lots of stuff about the 787 then, because I should be almost completed with my CBTs by then. So I will be more in the second round, if you like, so that it sticks in my head. The 787, from what I've seen up to now, is something else. It's something I've never flown before. So having an aircraft that doesn't really have physical circuit breakers in the flight deck anymore, but you have a display where theoretically you can go through the menus and then switch off or have the contact broken electronically through that display. That's something else. I mean, that's yeah, there's a lot of things. It has electric brakes, not hydraulically powered brakes. It has electrically powered brakes, for example. It has no bleed system for the cabin. So the APU also has no bleed system installed. It's just electrics that come from the APU. Well, Avenger, the funny thing is, so today I actually went through the abnormal display behavior. So if all 6 or let's say all 5 screens go black, so you just have the integrated standby flight instruments, and those are powered either by AC or battery power as a backup. You can do a reset. So on the overhead panel, there's a reset for the CCR. Don't ask me for the abbreviation again. And you can actually reset the software of these displays and then power up the displays again if you're lucky. Well, the 777, the older 777 versions, they have little, well, not little, but they have, of course, some similarity to the 787. But cockpit-wise, to fly that, as it, with a joint rating, the 777X will have a very similar cockpit to the 787. Control F4, yeah. Exactly, Control Alt Delete mid-flight, yeah. Yeah, so when I saw that today in that computer-based training program, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Because my first reaction was when I heard that all screens could fail theoretically at the same time, I was like, what? You're joking. Like, that's going to be pretty dark in the cockpit if all of those displays fail. And then they have extra reset buttons on the overhead panel for that. Yeah, Windows update mid-flight. Yeah, I mean, you know, blue screen. Oh, here we go. That's Halifax. Right, we should be getting close now to a top percent, I guess. Let's concentrate. Yeah, that's Halifax. So that's 100 miles. Now, okay, no, we got a bit to go. So as soon as I see some writing on this page, then we got to get alerts. How many miles is that for the next leg then? So distance.
Leg 4 to 5 all looks good.
Yeah, there we go. I tell you what. So when we pass 65 west, that's 100 miles to... Uh-oh. 16.5. So we're now en route to 67 west. And is that 67 to 71? Yeah, that should be about 264 miles. Yeah. Exactly. So so that leg is 265 miles in total, so I guess about 165 miles into that. So 100 miles prior lint we should be descending. At least that's what the computer says. Computer says no. Plot twist. Try again. Oh, you're right. You're right. No, so it's a decel point. So deceleration is 100 miles per hour, not descent. So descent to 14,000 feet. That's how I understand it, to Owens. It's going to take us about 160 miles to get to 14,000. And then we decelerate 100 miles prior to Lund. So that's how the descent is calculated. Let's refresh that. So total distance should be 160 miles. Oh well. So the FE or the co-pilot should call up. Good. So we get a call 10 minutes prior decel point, and I mean we've only got about 40 minutes remaining, 45 minutes remaining. We've burned 70 tons almost. 65 tons we've burned. Crazy. In 2 hours, 20 minutes. But I mean, we're still going Mach 2. 56,500 feet. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, so the... thanks, Captain Chaos. So... At 10 minutes prior to decel point, altitude set. Set the cleared descent altitude, so 390 we said. Then the checklist will trigger for descent. 5 miles to the decel point, autopilot panel set. Disconnect the auto throttles. Select Alt Hold on the autopilot. And still under INS. At decel point, throttles 18 degrees. At deceleration point, the flight engineer will put throttles back to 18 degrees throttle lever angle for you. Monitor that engine instrument reacts accordingly and the airspeed and Mach number begin to reduce. You should also hear the trim bell operating as the autopilot applies up elevon to maintain altitude you reached at the end of the cruise. The up elevon actually assists in the deceleration process as it adds drag, like spoilers or speed brakes on a subsonic aircraft would. Focus your attention on the airspeed indicator. 360 knots. As the indicated airspeed reduces through 360 knots, select Alt Acquire on the autopilot. This will gently start the aircraft descending at a vertical speed of 800 feet per minute. The airspeed will continue to decay, but less rapidly. You have the option to use pitch datum adjust to increase the rate of descent, to slow the speed decay even further, making it easier to capture 350 knots. And then at 350 knots, indicate airspeed hold. As an aside here, the lowest authorized indicated airspeed when above 41,000 feet is 300 knots indicated. Never go below this. We will try not to. Mach 1.5. At Mach 1.5, the flight engineer will reduce the throttles further to increase the rate of deceleration and descent. Monitor the indicated airspeed to ensure the autopilot is holding 350 knots or thereabouts. Radar mapping adjust. Roger. So still currently it's just no returns really. Always click the wrong... Yeah, I know, right? So this is for the auto throttle itself. This is for the pitch mode. Yeah, so this is hardly used. Maybe in the approach later on, but for the descent, and climb, it's more this. 50. Look at that! How quickly we've moved up now. We're almost reaching 57,000 feet. Yeah, water, water, and more. So just out of pure interest, 15.9 before my FO sets that again. Are we receiving it yet? Probably too far away still. Inbound track 314 for the approach. 314. Good, so in case we mess up the approach, which could happen very easily, we climb to 1800 and then we turn left to 4000 outbound LaGuardia VOR. Radial 207 to Moffa. So we climb to 4000 in this case. There is one thing in case of missed approach. What was it? Approach, gate arrival. No. So I think the missed approach will start somehow automatically when you move the thrust levers forward. I think the FSLabs goes into... Oh, hang on. So fly real... Oh, yeah, I did call you out, right? Yeah, fly... Oh, I just thought... Blimey. I thought I missed your resub there. No, that's all good. One more flyby.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Duo Channel experience. Could new subscribers please make their way to the first class cabin,
there we go. We got a
where
new
complimentary drinks, snacks
resub.
And premium flight infotainment will be served.
Otik,
Thank
how do
you.
you... I hope I pronounced it correctly. Otik, thank you so much for the 2 months. Here's a sonic boom for you instead of applause. How about that? Thank you, Otik. Older Buffalo, that's a very good question. So he asks, if flight engineer becomes or became incapacitated, would they continue as normal? That's a very good question. That is a very good question. I imagine that the first officer and the captain would have some sort of knowledge on how to operate the systems. But that would be difficult to do from the front, wouldn't it? I mean, you have an overhead panel. Oh, Jesus Christ. That scared the hell out of me. Captain Chaos. Oh, well, at least I'm awake now. because you got some things like engine rating mode, wing anti-ice, hydraulic stuff, lighting, engine flight rating. So there's a couple of things here duplicated. So maybe you could do some of these things from the pilot seat. But that's a very good question, Older Buffalo. Man, if I had known that question when I was in Manchester, I would have asked the tour guide there. And I think he would have been very impressed with that question. Oh, hang on. Shouldn't that be already now again on green? Or does that always stay on blue? But that's interesting to know that if you want to use the nose wheel steering, that has to go on blue, seriously. Oh no. Jesus. Autopilot on. Okay, let's take some deep breaths. Whew. Oh, blimey. Okay, up or down? No, no, up. It's the other side. Oh no. Oh. Cool. All right. Ooh, come on. Nose up, nose up. Mach 2.01, new record. Oh. Alright, okay. That was interesting. Naughty here. So now we know exactly what this switch does, alright? So don't touch that. It was all going so well. Look, there's nothing to see here, right? Absolutely nothing to see. You see? Just, you know, all good. Is it possible to lower the visor at Mach 2? Probably. Once, at least, Captain Chaos. INS, we should be good still. So we got 54 miles to go, and the... Let's check the... so waypoint 7 is programmed 71... Waypoint 6 is 67, so that's all correct still. So here we are in
like 5 to 6, all checks out.
There we go. 65, and then 67. Oh, INS mode. You're right. No, it is INS mode. Oh, here. Oh, okay, get it. But why is it on Mach hold? Did that come on automatically? Yeah, thanks, guys. I didn't notice that. Flying Paul, guten Abend, wie geht's dir? Okay, EDDK, thank you. Yeah, now I've noticed. Okay, now we got it back. So now we're back on max climb, max cruise. All right, cool. Whew. Let's continue. Although we should be descending fairly soon. Yeah, Giftzweck. Yeah, good emote. But the thing is, I think I initially just got the descent point wrong. So we're still good. So we've got to descend somewhere on this leg. Which won't take that much longer, because we're going to reach the next waypoint in 6 minutes. Hey, nice. Oh, okay, congratulations, Paul. So you almost finished with the bachelor thesis. GG. And then you're going to go on to master, or what the next plan then to do? 57,000 feet. Who would have thought? What's the temperature? 120 still on the total temperature. Oh, there we go. That's max operating 127. It says that here as well. That's good to know. Okay, thereafter maybe flight school, maybe. Okay, nice. Keeping fingers crossed for you. Hope all goes well. Can you imagine the skin being 127 or 120 degrees? And there's something, I find that so fascinating. So they had to make this aircraft out of materials that would be able to sustain the huge pressure differences and these enormous temperature differences. Because a normal airliner goes to what? Minus 45 TAT? And it's almost 3 times as hot. Exactly, so cold, but yeah, so hot at the same time. So the next leg, how many minutes was that planned for the next leg? Time, that's 17 minutes. Okay, so I would expect round about... Well, not too long after 67 West then, to get the call, 10 minutes. So I'm staying alert, iPad ready for the descent phase. Try not to mess it up. Okay, nice, Older Buffalo. So you Googled it, and at least BA trained its pilots to operate the FE panel, so that in an emergency the FA could operate that panel. The FE was not trained as a pilot, though. Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, to kind of get a FE license as a pilot, that takes a lot of...
Okay, that's leg 6 to 7, all checked now.
That will take some time and a lot of money. Well, that's the thing. You would have to assess whether or not diverting to an airfield, which is you're not flown to regularly, and it's not used to the Concorde. I don't know how, but of course, I mean, if you're trying to save the life of your colleague, then yes, you would try to land at the nearest sort of airport, right? But again, that must be tough to decide on. So, here we go. So current position is 66, coming up to
10 minutes to decel.
Ah, there we go. So I'm going to set 39,000. 390 set. Plan looks good. Kacheln bis zum Boden. I guess there's no other way to do it, really. One last flyby before we descend. Beautiful. And we reached top altitude of 57.5 now. So almost 58,000 feet. Guys, we're doing 19 miles per minute. So 10 minutes, that's 190 miles. He called that out when? About 270 miles or something on that? So about 80 miles prior to the waypoint. 19 miles per minute. Is it me or is there a hissing noise? I'm getting worried. Do we have lights somewhere? Cockpit lights. Ah, there we go. Because what I want to have all those blinking lights making me nervous. Okay, there we go. Fire nacelle down test is test. I saw some lighting. Oh, hang on, he's already thrown some switches there. So he's doing some stuff already. Ah, there we go. Because I wanted to see the gap. So there's quite a gap in here right now. Look at that DME counting down. Crazy. No flashing lights, no, nothing to worry about. There's absolutely no cause for alarm. No. Well, that's pretty interesting to see, though, that we've reached 58,000 feet almost now, just prior to descent. So, let me press. So, Shift R. And altitude hold. Because we must be coming up close to the calculated descent point. It feels like 10 minutes. Probably was only 3, but still, I mean. And I'm happy to say that was still perfectly on track. So we're out here, and we were supposed to be on the ground in like 20 minutes, maybe 25. Nuts. That is just unbelievable. I don't know, did we miss the decel point? Come on. So that was 15.9 or something. But we're still good. JFK is still not coming in. DME distance. So that's 71. Yeah,
2 minutes to decel.
Ah, there we go. So he said 2 minutes.
Top of descent checks, please.
Yes, please.
Warning and landing displays.
Checked.
Checked.
ASI bugs used are 160 as a basic.
160. 220. 196.
Altimeter bugs.
Checked.
So we're going to go up to 8 more tons maybe. So let's do. Bug instruments. There we go. So 192 approach speed.
Miles.
Okay, there we go. 10 miles. 10 miles. Everything set. All the thrusters off. Ready for descent.
5 miles. 4.
You're joking.
3.
What?
2.
That's 1 mile.
1.
Bloody hell.
Decel.
Throttles back to 18 degrees, please.
Throttling now.
So 18. At 360 knots. So slowing down. There we go. Slowing down. 360 knots. Out the clear. So 18 degrees, about 95%. Oh, he's still slowly. Ah, okay, I get it. So he's slowly pulling out. And if that's 18 degrees, yeah, there we go. That's about 18 degrees there. So that's the marker in here. That's the. So maintaining altitude, coming through 420 knots, Mach 1.87. So full concentration here. This is so cool. I love this. I have to say I'm glad that I actually got the add-on. I was so skeptical because I had so many issues with P3D. But now, today, knock on wood, everything's running so smoothly. So getting ready for Alta Quiet. So deceleration is actually quite fast, isn't it? I mean, and Alta Quiet. Interestingly, it went into vert with speed mode.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Hey Azan, nice to
Could
see
new
you.
subscribers
Thank you so much
please
for the
make your
40
way
months.
to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and
Big round
premium
applause.
flight entertainment
Azan, thank you very much for that. How are you? Oh, hang on. 350 knots, indicator airspeed hold. Well, that was quick. So there we go. So indicator airspeed hold. Now, what we can do here
Coming
is...
up on Mach 1.5, we'll take the second stage of throttling now.
Coming back to 32 degrees.
Wow, 4,000 feet per minute descent rate. Good God. Here we are. Getting close to Lind. Radar, not picking up anything yet, still water. Mach 1.45. CG moving forward. And that means the fuel should be transferring... Not yet though, look at that. So I would have imagined that he would have transferred fuel... Oh, hang on. Ah, so maybe he's not transferring fuel into number 9 tank. Where is it moving up? Oh, here we go. That's moving up. So number 2 tank is moving up, and number 3 tank is moving up.
Right leg 7 to 8 checks out.
Alright, so Mach 1.3, the intakes will start opening up
Thank you
again.
for your kind donation, and please join us on the captain's table.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's brilliant. That is so cool.
10
Kitman!
euros for the EGLL
Kitman, how are you
KJFK
doing?
flight on
Oh
the
my God.
Concorde jump seat. My
Kitman.
cheapest flight.
Thank you, Kitman. That's really kind. Thank you again for the €10 donation. Big round of applause. Pleasure having you on the jump seat, Kitman. Let's have a look where you are sitting. Right there. Here's your seat. Best seat in the house. Well, second best. This where I'm sitting is the best, obviously, but...
The ramps are up.
So, altitude. Coming up 390. Lower clearance. Going into New York, you would hope to be cleared below level 350 while decelerating, as you are aiming for a constant descent profile with no subsonic cruise. There's no need to capture level 410 like there is going to London, but that's a different story. So now select a lower window, a lower altitude target of 320. And then as we go through Mach 1 later on, we'll go idle power. So going through Mach 1, the flight engineer and first officer will ensure all the heaters that weren't required while supersonic are switched back on. Crazy Dank, hello. It's going well, thank you. And Alison, once again, thank you as well for 40 months. 122 miles away from New York. Now, I am going to put... yeah, let me put the ILS, although it doesn't make sense to put the ILS on right now, because we're still far away still from JFK. So Owens and then Cameron. Where's Cameron? That's the arrival, isn't it? Cameron. Okay, so that's the last waypoint then programmed. Right, so assuming you are given constant descent, select a new altitude later on 14,000 by Owens on your flight plan. You might even be getting a direct routing to this point, in which case in your IS press waypoint change. Okay, well, I tell you what, let's continue on the flight plan routing. And there we go, going now to waypoint 9, which is Owens. And I think from Owens, what we'll do at some point then is go give ourselves radar vectors.
340 for 320 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 55.2.
The fuel is still moving forward.
That's good to hear. But not really into 9 tank, so it's still going into the 1 and
Leg 91 is checked.
3. Mach 1.05. Wow. Oh.
Welcome aboard
Pizzerish,
Captain
hey,
Black
nice
Box
to see you
Twitch channel
too.
subscriber experience.
Yeah, and
Could
it's
new
amazing. Yeah.
subscribers please make your
There we
way
go,
to
Matt.
the first class cabin?
Here we go. Now we go
Complimentary
below.
drinks, snacks,
So we're
and
subsonic
premium
again.
flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
35,000 feet, going down to
Exclamation mark,
32 now.
chat, smile.
Continue to send 14,000. Altimeter also, as luck has it, is 1013. So at Mach, so now we're idle power? Almost, right?
Transparency de-ice and demist.
They're all on.
The
So-
diesel descent checklist is complete.
so we're idle
Fuel
power
has
now?
stopped at 55%.
You should also select Alt Acquire and put auto throttles into standby by switching auto thrust 1 and 2 on. That means if you have to level off at an altitude above flight level 300, the auto throttles will automatically latch in and hold the speed at 350 knots. Okay, that's interesting. So Pizzerish, thank you so much. Hashtag charts, yeah, thanks. Thanks for the 32 months. Big round of applause for that as well. Thank you. So if I do my maths, 100 miles, the field,
330 for 140 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 55.0.
It is static.
it is static. All right, so that's good. And on passing level 300, reduce Mach. When passing 30,000 feet, you need to change from using Mach number to using indicated airspeed if you've been using holding Mach number, but you haven't. So that's good. Assuming your airspeed is 350 knots, you would still have indicated airspeed hold. If you need to alter the speed to capture any other speed, use pitch hold and the pitch datum to adjust. Good, so profile monitor. So what I'll do we've got to go give ourselves radar vectors. So here's JFK. I'm going to give myself vectors now heading like north. So we're going to go back to radio now. And we're going to go to heading. So I'm going to intercept the inbound radial.
Leg 91 is checked.
Yeah, oh, thank you. So it's the same. So we've got our own weather. It's 1013. So at 80 miles, I guess what we could do now is add a bit of thrust, really. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go vertical speed. And I can change the vertical speed target. So if you look at this display here, by going datum up, I'm setting a target vertical speed, which is now matched 2,500 feet per minute. Because we don't need to dive down too quickly now. Oh, that's cool. He set New York now, so I can set the ILS, which is 111.5. I'm going to go a little bit there. The radial's coming in. So 11
through 20 for 140 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 54.0.
The fuel is still moving forward.
Hey, Continuum, big shout out. Yeah, it is. It is. So we're trying to get ourselves established now inbound, which looks to be good. So a bit more still. We've got 300. And we're 75 miles away. And I can decrease the vertical speed more. So I'm going to use now indicated airspeed hold. Trying to get not too slow here. So auto thrust is on. So if I go 345, there we go. So that's now 340 Alpha Choir. Duff, at the moment, it's more a time issue I have. If there's any airports, Doug, that you're missing, please let me know, and then I can have a look if I can add them at some point. 67 miles, we're still good. So I'm going to just decrease the descent rate even more. I mean, we're still fast, so we have to slow down as well.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. 15 minutes to landing.
So we're now on 285. Oh, hang on.
Altitude acquire.
Checked. Actually, no, that's number 2 set. So we are currently 315 roundabout. Yeah. So just very gentle, trying to intercept that inbound radial there. So remember that we push the head of the needle. So we've got to be right of that needle, pushing the head towards 314. And I can monitor that on this side as well. Good, so 10,000 feet, 250 knots, it says. A blanket speed limit of 250 knots below 10,000 exists in the USA. This is not good for the Concorde, as it is extremely inefficient at these speeds. And on a warm day, the combination of warm air outside and a limited amount of hot fuel remaining. Oh, hang on. Can we find quickly the fuel temperature somewhere? CG. I'm just wondering what the temperature right now would be. Oh, here we go. That's not too bad. Fuel degrees, so fuel tank. That's not too hot. That's fine. So we should be in that. I'm just wondering why the HSI there doesn't show. Oh, because that's on 298. My bad. Yeah, so we're about 310 now. That's fine. So we're getting close to the inbound radial here. 50 miles. We're going to start down now.
Approach checklist, landing briefing update.
No
Yeah.
updates at the moment.
Remains
Understood.
the same.
Taxi turn lights.
All right, let's descend.
Yep, they're on.
Rad INS switches.
Radio.
Engine rating going to take off. Approach coming on now. Fuel weight CG checks. No updates on the bugs. Seats and harness.
Mine's locked. Power off secure.
Yeah, mine's locked as well. Yeah, we're almost on that radial, so that's good. So I'm going to track inbound now. 45 miles, 12,000 feet. Looks good. Oh, looks like we've got localized indication there. Okay, interesting. Why is that not moving though? I'm a bit worried. Who switched that to? Did my first officer do that again? Blimey. No, that's the first officer for some reason. So 10,000, 40 miles, 300 knots. Happy with that. So I've got to monitor my first officer. Yes, terrain ahead. I did see the Concorde IRL. A firm. In Heathrow and in Paris, actually. So
10 for 70, no prime, 2992 is set, and I've got 53.4.
It is static.
So I'm going to 270 miles, slowing down further. We've got 30 miles to go. Descent looks good, but a bit outside here. So let's try to re-intercept. Going down to 5,000, 35 miles out. Performance is fine. I limited to 50 FPS. And I tried it, unlocked, it was like 60 FPS. So absolutely no issues. Very smooth indeed. So they have done some good improvements on that. So 30 miles out, 111.5 is set. Rat. That's all good. Alta Choir is armed. 270 knots.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
Really? Here we go. That's the ILS DME coming into view. Right in the localizer. Very nice. I'm going to go with lock capture.
Altitude acquire.
5,026 miles, looking good. We're going down to 3,000 feet. Alta quiet, vertical speed. Datum switched down. 250 knots. And it's just so weird that you don't have flaps. When I did my first approach, I had the issue that I forgot to lower the landing gear initially because I didn't have that backup.
For lock capture.
Oh, there we go. We got lock capture. Fantastic. So when do we lower? So visor less than 270.
Coming down.
Flying speeds for less than 270. You should put to lower the visor and place the nose to 5 degrees.
Nose 5.
There we go. Nose is coming down. Droop the snoot.
The approach checklist is complete.
Ah, that looks better. Clear view outside. Yeah. Okay, so 20 miles, 4,000 feet below the glide slope. That's fine. Speed is good. And we're going to go.
Lock capture.
So we got land armed, gliders armed.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
Yeah, auto quiet checked. And approach speeds were 195 roundabouts. Yeah, Captain Chaos, indeed. Yeah, yeah, it is much loud as well. Yeah. Right, we're right on the center line. I can see 3-1 right here. At least this one looks much better than the other runway. I'm glad we've chosen that. Here we come down to 3,000 feet, 16 miles. Looking good. Oh yeah, what a beauty.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Tom, thank you so much.
Could new
32
subscribers
months.
please make your
Big
way
round
to
of
the
applause.
first
Thank you, Tom.
class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank
14
you.
miles. Still 250 knots. Gears coming down. Ooh, that's bright.
Landing checklist.
Four greens.
Checks 4 greens.
Altitude acquired.
Nose. Nose.
Nose coming up. Nose down.
Nose. Nose. Down in green, brakes.
Check normal. Glide capture.
Thank you. 4,000 approach
Landing
is
checklist
set.
is complete.
Slowing down to approach speed. Whew. So 82. Let's see where the auto thrust stabilizes the power. Around about 86, and shift our auto thrusters off. A bit too much power there. Here we go.
Radio altimeters are active.
Thank you. Manual flight. See, that's what I mean with the flight directors, guys. I'm not sure if anybody from FSLabs is watching. So when I had the autopilot on, flight director looked fine. But now, let's go visual flight directors off. Or is that normal? I don't know, maybe that's just not a bug, but a feature. So I know that We have some glide slope indication still, but that's fine. I've got the localized indication, so we can go by that. And doing almost 200 knots ground speed means that on a 3-degree profile, you need about 1,000 feet per minute. This has no auto brakes, so we need to activate the reverse thrust. We are ready. New York in the background there. On path.
1,000 feet radio.
Is checked. Harpies.
5 greens. Go around altitude is set.
Thank you. Oh, careful the speed. Bit slow.
800 feet.
Is that the runway or not? It is. Blimey. Is that bad visibility or something? Slightly low, correcting. Oh, like that. There we go. Oh, getting high.
500 feet.
Stable.
Well, more or less.
400 feet.
Oh, we're high.
300 feet.
Hot and high.
200 feet.
100 above.
Checked.
100 feet. 50,
Decide.
40.
Continue.
30. 20. 15.
Come on. There you go. Brakes. Full reverse. Yeah.
100 knots. 75 knots.
Woo.
50.
Closing reverses. Well, we paid for the whole runway. We'll take the whole runway. Now that's how pros do it. Yeah, she's got good brakes, but I guess they're gonna be pretty hot. Hey Harry, nice to see you. So what do we need to do now? Oh, and to activate the nose wheel steering first of all, obviously. Hang on, where's my nose wheel steering again? Ah, there we go. Now it's active. Cool. I have to get used to that steering. Ah, does that center the pedals or something? Thank you much, Harry. Yeah, man, it's quite something. I mean, this aircraft has just a completely different feel to it, right?
Nose up to 5.
So what's the checklist trigger then? And where do we...
landing checks, master warning.
There we go.
Inhibited.
Nose is up to 5. Flight control inverters.
Off invert.
2 and 3 going.
So where would we park normally? A quick taxi. Is it that quick? Hang on. Not sure. Is that fast? We're on a 50 knots ground speed. That's not too fast.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. You can place the doors to manual. Doors to manual now.
Oh, that's early. So where would we normally park? Shall we park? Anybody know? Does it say that in the manual? Nose and visor up. After parking. Stand 2. Okay. Now, I've got a bit of time, so let me just get gate 2, and we need to follow me, yeah, please. Victor, oh my god. Roger, over, out. Give me a Victor. Taxi. Parking gates, stands. So 2 would be Alpha and then Golf. I think we'll get there before the follow me. Colorado, hey, how you doing?
After landing checks complete, I've called for the doors.
Thank you. Yeah, Norman, I'll get in contact with you because there's one thing I've noticed which I don't want to say openly here, but yeah, but GG, great products. Oh, they switched off 2 engines. Nobody told me. The flagship will shut down the inner engines to make taxi slightly easier. Nice. So 16.5 or 16.6 tons remaining. So GG. And 3 hours 15, I think we touched down, right? That is just so incredible. We are in New York. London, New York in 3 hours 15. Mind-boggling. How cool. So who's following who? Oh, that's our follow me, right? So stand 2 would be here in this corner. So we go around. And there should be GSX waiting for us there. Yeah, but Brenold, I mean, this is not a comparison between, you know, efficiency really. It's just time. Yes, Norman, I thought I heard the voice before. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I've met Pete in Cosford, so yeah, I should have realized. Oh, that's cool. As I know Andy's voice, but nice. Yeah, so this is an add-on where you can actually then... Oh yeah, Norman, one more question, Norman, if you may be so kind to answer. Regarding the flight engineer, can you already turn it off in this version, or is that in the future patch or something? Well, temperatures, the 13900K is hot. Mine gets hot. Mine goes to 70, 75 easily. Future, okay, thank you much, Norman. Okay, so we can switch it off in the future update at some point. Right, so let me go Golf. Oh, did we just drive over or follow me? Yeah, it starts throttling at 100 degrees, right? So this is still the old one from Drevitsky. It's the designer I can't pronounce. So it should be left of the Emirates, if I'm not completely mistaken. So right now I've got 70 degrees, 67, 75. So somewhere around 70 degrees, 75 degrees, yeah. Yeah, there must be some option somewhere regarding static aircraft. Right, so if GSX, that's 4, and then there should be 2, and somewhere in there. And there's no jetways though. Test. That's position 2, so there's no GSX though. It's that different profile. So to have an issue. It's alright, we'll just park here and then... yeah, something's wrong with the SOD, yeah. So, that's set to park. What do we do now? So, aircraft park.
Nose down. Nose coming up.
Parking checklist,
Visors
brakes,
coming up.
set to park, lights, transparencies.
They're all off now.
Visor nose is up and locked, shutting down number 1 engine.
Ground to flight deck.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, they've just plugged the power in, and we have shotgun at the nose.
Thank you.
So, just waiting for... oh, ground power is available, so he switched on the ground power.
Shutting down number 4.
And there you go. Whew. Wow, what a flight. Now for me the biggest thing is we didn't crash. Alright. We didn't make any marks on the plane. Yeah, very happy. And yeah, no crash to desktop. P3D. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a replay? I don't think there's a replay. Is there? No. No, because I remember that there was a test replay on Chase plane, but I don't have that on. Here at the current gate. There we go. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Beautiful. Right, welcome to JFK, guys, once again. Beautiful aircraft. So for those of you who still have P3D and still use it from time to time, nice. It's a fantastic experience. And as I mentioned before on the beginning of the stream, I practiced 3 takeoffs and 1 landing. And with the virtual flight engineer and the virtual FO and the tutorial flight, And Terrain Head is still your main sim. GG's. Excellent. Oh, I'm going to show you the night lighting real quickly, because I didn't try that myself yet. So options, time and season. Let me go to night time. Let's see. Ah, beautiful. So obviously I can turn on some of these.
Parking checklist complete.
Jesus Christ. That scared me. Right, so where's my lighting switches? Oh, here we go. Ah, there you go. Ah, cool. Chart light. That side. Where's my... Was that position lights? Surely it has position lights somewhere. Heute, mach's gut, gute Nacht. Vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. Taxi. Now return flight in the field is 747. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Ah, I got map light there as well. Beautiful. Left console. That's the integral lights there. Nice. Cool. I would need to play around with that. Very nice, guys. Thank you so much, everyone. A big thank you to Captain Chaos gifting 5 subs. Kidman, thank you for the 10 euro donation. Thank you as well to Motosuva for gifting 2 subs. Thank you very, very much for that. And Finny as well for gifting a sub too. Thank you very much for all the resubs, the new members. Thanks for all the support. And like I said, I'm going to be studying hard for the next week. And next stream is planned around the 11th or 12th of September. Stay tuned. Terrainhead, no, I've not tried it yet. My dear moderators, thank you so much for all the help. Take care, everyone. And I'll see you very soon again. Good night.
60, 40, 30, 20, retard, retard, 5. Retard, 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 retard.